Hey everyone, welcome to another fantastic episode of the Suzette Speaks Show. I am TV host and attorney Suzette Speaks. It's great to have you here. I'm excited to talk about today's topic. As you guys may or may not know, if you're brand new, first of all, welcome. Whether you're watching on YouTube or you are watching on my Facebook pages, I want to welcome you. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm an attorney by training, but I love media and communications. And in the last 6 months, I've picked up this thing called YouTubing. So I've been here on YouTube, slowly but surely growing. And if you want to help me grow, first and foremost, hit the like button. Don't care what kind of interaction you guys have, but every bit helps. Like, comment, share. As I was saying, I really enjoy bringing you interesting topics. And today is one that I think is a classic topic. One thing that you've noticed in the last several weeks, I've talked a bit more about relationships and dating and marriage because you guys have requested it. So, in that same vein, tonight I wanted to open up a conversation about this concept called hypergamy. If you've never heard of it, hypergamy is like a thing that has been around. Great definition, is a thing that's been around for generations. And it's very little talked about. And I think sometimes it's just implicit. And I just put up a poll on my YouTube community tab asking y'all what y'all thought about hypergamy. And the question I posed was, do you think women should strive to marry in a higher social class than their own? That was my question. And I left a few answers for you guys to respond to. So check out the survey first and foremost on the community tab and tell me what you think. Now, some of the responses included, yes, a woman should always strive to get to the next social status through marriage and her relationships. Yes, it matters for women, but does not matter for men. No, that it is outdated and that it doesn't matter. All that matters is love. And my second no was, you better get right because the relationship and dating market has changed. So it's unrealistic and even toxic to think about this concept called hypergamy. But it's real, you guys. It's been around ever since I think there was marriage, when they were arranged back in the day, where it was a marriage between families, where people looked at marriage as more of a family business in a sense, where families looked at dowries and offerings from the bride's family to strengthen their family ties with another strong family. It was really a deeper, what should I say, or more extended dance between complete families. As the concept has now become a little bit different here in the West, in the United States, Canada, Western Hemisphere, where it's much more thinking about love. But I think implicitly, there's always been this conversation about marrying up, marrying into a higher social class, marrying a man with, quote, status. And I wanted to know your opinion, and I brought a friend to help me unpack this subject tonight because I want to know your opinion on whether this is still a social practice implicitly. We don't talk about it, but it's still happening. Or are we overtly passing this on to young girls and women? Is it a understood expectation that you would marry someone or seek to marry someone in a higher social class or with more money or social standing? Or is that a principle of a bygone generation? Do people not care anymore? Do people just marry for love? Do people more marry for compatibility and for other reasons, not just social status? So I would love to hear what you have to say about this topic. And first and foremost, before I bring my guest on, you know what you have to do. Hit the like button because, again, this is something that he has spent some time, y'all, doing some research. And I am going to, lean in and listen because I think for me personally, there's always been this kind of expectation. I don't think someone wrote it down and told it to me, but I think implicitly, I always knew growing up, I can't just bring home any old body, riffraff as they said back in the day. I always felt that I would be disappointing my parents if I didn't bring home someone at least on the same level, if not, having something as far as desirable education wise, family ties wise, or established family connection wise, or even, coming from an intact background. I always felt that pressure. Ladies, I don't know if you guys felt that pressure. Now, is that true for guys, or is hypergamy a one-way street? Is it only the ladies who have to worry about whether or not you are marrying, quote, up? Now, is that something that you are going to teach your kids? Is it something that we are, as a society, are we better off when we teach our kids this type of principle? Or are we somehow damaging the possibilities for young men and young women when we put that social pressure on them to only marry above their level? So I'm going to ask the question, and I'm going to bring on, as soon as you hit the like button, you guys, DL Saint, I really want to know podcast. He is my guest YouTuber today. We have a couple of great shows this week. Y'all, please mark your calendar. Thursday, I have Pocket Watching with JT coming. Thursday, I'm so excited. I'm excited about today, but Thursday, please be here. Pocket Watching with JT has 4 rules or 4 tips for how to get ready for the coming recession. He really believes there's a recession coming, y'all. So JT is coming. And then Saturday, I have Needs Watches. Y'all know about Needs Watches. He's going to be my special guest Saturday at 12 noon. So we do a lot of different topics here, from social justice to, law, politics, current events. And you guys seem to love relationships and dating. So this is a topic just for those who are, wanting to explore a little bit more what it means to seek another person for a committed relationship in a marriage. So the truth about hypergamy is the topic tonight. Hit the like button, please, so I can bring my guest on. I really appreciate you guys interacting with me. If you can, please drop a comment in the chat. Let me know where you're watching from. Let me say what's up to RM. Shout out to my moderators. RM in the building, always bright and early. Thank you so much. Hey, Simon, great to see you. Veggie, nice to see you as well. Welcome. Yay, DL is in the chat. I love it. I had to switch it up. It's Memorial. Thank you, Miss AKA. Oh, I made plans for the weekend. Oh, yes, I did. So I'm ready for it. In case you didn't notice, we want to switch it up. Hey, Learn Biz, the podcast. Great to see you guys. I'm glad you're here. Wagwan, says Sunbreeze. You already know. We're here doing some exploration today on this concept called hypergamy, and what really flies or doesn't fly, specifically for women. AK Ozzy says it's biological. Come on, thank you. I try. Van says Suzette looking butt. You're so sweet. Thank you so much. Just changing it up for the holiday. Memorial in Miami is what's up. So I'm already preparing for it. I just know I'm not going to be live Monday again. It's just one of those weekends, guys. I can't wait to be out and about after this long drought. Learn Biz, the podcast says, I definitely felt that pressure growing up. Awesome. I know the feeling. Trust and believe. Tracy Dixon, nice to see you. Thank you. Appreciate the compliment. If you guys know any cool YouTubers that, want to collab and there's some synergy there, let me know. DM me or hit me up on my email. Thank you so much, RM. Hit me up on my email if you have show ideas or people that want to come through. Hey, Andre, nice to see you. Ernest in the building says, men don't care where a woman works or her educational level. Just like Prince Charles married Princess Diana, it doesn't matter. Okay, so the royal family is like the ultimate example of hypergamy, right? Marrying up. Even with Queen Kate or Princess, I think she's right now, soon to be Kate. Yeah, marrying up and marrying into the right family and household. I think the royals are like the epitome of what that means. Diana, it doesn't matter to me what a woman does for the most part, as long as it's honorable. Okay, I hear you. So men don't care is what I'm hearing already. Hit the like button, y'all, as you come in. We're so excited to have everyone. Ike or Ikpa. I hope I'm saying that right. Callie in the building. Nice to see you. Peace be unto you. Facts and the uncomfortable truth with Bernard S. How are you? ATL says Mickey. Nice to see you, Mickey Red. Canada. Fantastic. Guys, every time I look at my analytics, I'm so excited. I saw Philippines, bro. Shout out to the Philippines if anybody's watching from the Philippines. Or as they say, Philippine, thank you to my fam around the world. No matter where you're watching from, show some love. And I'm grateful to have you as a part of my community. West Philly, says Anjay. You know what time it is. DL says Tampa in the building. And I'm appreciative, Miss Globe girl. Thank you. I look at makeup on point. Thank you, Darl. I appreciate you. But yeah, let's talk about it. Are you going to marry with this in mind, this concept of hypergamy, that a man must be on a higher social class than you? Were you taught that? Is that something that you're sticking to now, or does it not matter? Have times changed? Has the dating market changed? Because we know it's not always who we want, it's who wants us. And there's so many different, and I thank goodness I was on Uncle Stu's show last night with Brown Eyes and the Intentional Millionaire, and he was talking about this. And y'all don't steal my show idea, but I asked them. I was like, y'all be talking about the modern woman and traditional woman. So would it correlate that there's a modern man versus a traditional man? That might be y'all ready for that? Because we really should talk about, I guess, their expectations. And we talked about last night, every man does not have the same desire, right? Different expectations. So anyway, that was a good sideshow. Shout out to Uncle Stu, Old Man on Block. I'll see you in June, sir. Thank you for inviting me up on your panel yesterday. So yeah, greetings, Kenardak. How are you? Good to see you. I can't wait. Vibrating high for sure. DL is gonna educate, he says. Yes, 304. Girl, already got a couple tickets. I'm ready. I was looking for the outfits. I hope my Fashion Nova. I gotta track the Fashion Nova. Don't be mad if you see my outfit on Fashion Nova. They say, how come y'all like Fashion Nova, but then you asking for Balenciaga? I'm sorry. That was a funny Instagram meme I saw. Shout out to the ladies who shop at the Chick Me, the Fashion Nova, the Sheen, and all of that. We know about it. It's easy and it's fun and it's lightweight. Great for Miami on Memorial Day. So, yes, we're going to ask, hey, Ace, does hypergamy apply to men? I know a couple of men that married up. Interesting. DL, I'm going to ask him and see what he found as he was researching, preparing for this show. And yeah, it's some food for thought, y'all. We're not here promoting it. We're not here denying it. We're just asking, what does it look like in modern day society? And why are we promoting it if we still are? So yes, no hot girl summer. Yes, monkeypox is in Broward, like in our neighboring county, Fort Lauderdale. Like, it's so crazy. Yes, monkeypox. Yo, I'm only doing outdoor events only. No indoor events. Outdoor events only, where I could breathe fresh air and people don't have to be up in my face talking to me too close. So hopefully, those people that the yellers in the party, don't yell. I didn't ask you to yell at me in my face because spittle comes with the yell anyway. You guys know we're gonna take proper precaution. Miss Globe Girl asks, what is the rationale for this being important for women and not men? For women and not men. Interesting. All right, we're going to pose that to DL here momentarily. Just get the likes up for me. Everybody hit the like button as you come in. We want the channel to grow, and the best way that you can help me do that is to comment, like, and share. Hit the like button, please. The more engagement, the more we got going on. In terms of other people seeing us. So Miss Globe Girl hits us with a deep question right away. I see some more coming up, and we're going to just go ahead and jump in. So, are you looking at hypergamy as a single strategy? Hey, Yoka, nice to meet you. It should be dualistic. Interesting. Okay. All right. We got a lot to say and a lot to learn. I know I do. So without further ado, I'm glad he said yes to coming on the show and helping to do some of that heavy lifting and understanding this concept. So please welcome back to the SuzetteSpeaks show, my friend, DL Saint. How are you, Saint?
What's good, people? How y'all doing?
Hey, and he brought his own round of applause. Thank you so much for being here. As you guys see on the screen, the truth about hypergamy. But first, let me have DL introduce himself, because I'm sure I have new people. And again, if you haven't subscribed, it's free. Hit the notification bell so you know where I'm going when I'm going live. So welcome, DL's from the entertainment industry. He also has a military background. I don't want to tell all your business, but go ahead and introduce yourself to the people.
What's good, everybody? How y'all doing?
And y'all see he
Moses,
dressed up today.
I did that for Suzette. I wanted to respect the platform. I was like, you know what? I know how Suzette be in there looking stylish, looking grown up. Let me put on some grown up clothing. How y'all doing out there? I am DL Saint of the DL Saint. I really want to know podcast. A little bit about me. I'm retired air traffic controller. I'm a stand up comedian, writer, producer. And all that sounds good on paper, but my number one job, the one thing I am most proud of, is I am a single dad. So that is my primary mission. Is my daughter. I have a teenage daughter that I love more than the universe. So that's where I get all of my pride from. As Suzette mentioned, I was in the military once upon a time. I am a veteran of a foreign war. As that flag behind me says, I'm a airborne. I'm a paratrooper. Extremely proud of that. But I also, I came up the way I came up. So I got friends in all bubbles, from the highest bubbles to the quote unquote lowest bubbles. And I'm proud of all of it. You know what I mean?
DL say
So,
he could go from the hood to the White House. We know. We could
hey,
flip. We could change up.
we could
It's all
change up.
good. Miss Glove Girl say DL looking sharp tonight. Yes.
Hey, I just, on my platform, I wear t-shirts, just whatever it is, what it is. But one of the reasons why I like Suzette so much is because politically she's very involved. And I encourage as many people out there to get involved in the American political process. I am very involved in the process as well. So when in Rome, you got to dress as the Romans. So this is kind of like my political slant, business slant.
I love
It can also be gangster. Original
outfit,
gangsters wear suits. You remember, like original gangsters wore suits. You know what I mean? Bumpy.
Absolutely. No, you gotta switch it up and let them know you can do it. Like RM say points for DL. So
Okay.
I think you got to give him the points now in case we disagree with anything he has to say.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be some disagreements. I'm not here to argue or anything like that. I'm gonna,
No.
because and that's another reason I like this platform so much. The conversations in this platform are amazing. That's why I keep coming back. The Suzette speakers are good people. They're smart people. I've learned so much just from being in the chat, watching the chat. So I'm honored to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
Awesome. And I thank you. Like I said, we have become YouTube buddies in a sense and getting to know each other through YouTube. And I've been gracious. It's been like your hospitality, your knowledge of like all things media too, having that comedian background and understanding, media has been very helpful as I hopefully introduce you to certain folks on this in the platform and on the space, and we exchange ideas. So I really appreciate you. If I don't say it, thank you, brother, for being my brother in this YouTube game. But yes, he's talking about he's talking about DL dress for graduation.
I did. See, Act Ozzy got jokes. That's what people don't be mad.
Y'all coming for DL. Don't do that.
Brother put on a custom suit. Don't be mad now. Come on now. We got to put the money into something.
Ooh, looking sharp, man. Listen, we like well-dressed men around here. Put some respect on my man's name. Yes, we are going to dig a little deeper. Thank you, Sunbury. Shout out to the self-educated women and supportive men. Okay, thank you. And we got, I think we have a good mix of ladies and guys on my channel so far. And
Yes.
I'm really excited to, have an opportunity to bridge the gap in some of the questions and answers where it's not just ladies talking to ourselves, not just guys talking to themselves. So, and I'm grateful for that, to be able to have, some movement between our illustrious genders and hopefully, bridge some of the understanding that I think we lack of each other. Like, I think we don't really know each other well enough or think we understand each other more than we do. So I think conversations like this can be very eye-opening. Again, DL has given us facts and material to ponder, not necessarily, these are debatable points, let's say it like that. So it's not necessarily his thought or his reflection, but I think it's great that he can, propose some of the information and we could just chew on it, see where it goes. So everybody say welcome. Yes, please drop the link for RM if you don't mind, please, or Sunbreeze. Drop the link for DL's channel. We want to get him monetized, please. He's been doing it like a month or two, not so long.
Not so long. Couple months. Couple
About
months
a
trying to
month.
do it hard. Yeah, I got it's. It's
So
challenging. I ain't gonna lie to you. I love it. It's challenging. You got to stay on the grind. I see why a lot of people fall off because you do have to get a lot done. I mean,
it's
it's
a
not.
it's
It's
a
not easy.
it is a labor of love. Good thing I like to talk, and so do you, because
Yes.
some days you're like, okay, I'm gonna do a show, and then other days I can't wait to do a show. So yeah, it's a grind. You gotta stay on it, stay fresh, come up with topics, and find good people to chat with. So I appreciate when I do have someone like DL, who's open to just having a great conversation. Oh, the chef says king and queen. Checkmate. Thank
Thank you.
you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
y'all. Hit the like button. Oh, thank you, Miss AKA Lady, showing the love for Brother DL and the sharpness, I'm sure.
Hey,
No
shout out to Miss
comment.
AK lady though. She's one of my day ones. I met her through your
Yes.
platform and she comes over
Yes.
and supports. Shout out to you, Miss AK lady. I mean, she's
Yes.
a real one. For real
Yes, she
though.
is. Thank you
Act
so
Acts
much.
out there, Act Ozzy, another real one. Like I got a lot of your folks. And here's the thing, I want to be just full disclosure. I am of the red pill world. So when
Yes.
we get into this, I just want to throw that out. Now that does not mean that I'm some wild, crazy, whatever. I don't think Suzette would have me on here if I were. We have some really
Listen.
good debates back and forth, and we probe each other's philosophies, and it's good. I learned from Suzette, and I
The
hope I
blue
hope she
pill
learns from
side,
me.
apparently, the right rainbows and unicorns, and he slapped me in the face with the sometimes I'll be like, DL, don't send me those videos, bro. I can't watch those videos. I was like, is this what I'm promoting? This is red pill? And he's like, no, that's extreme. Don't get it twisted. People use philosophies for good and for bad. So it's not all one big, happy family. You have different gradients on the spectrum of what people are calling red pill. So trust me, there's certain things that I looked up and that he sent me that I was like, yo, what you got me over here promoting, bruh? This ain't it. And then other parts of it that are like, okay, no, they're taking it to an extreme to exploit. We're not taking it for that reason. So please govern yourselves accordingly
Yeah, I
when
knew I
you
was
go.
in trouble when I heard me done told you. I'm like, oh wait, hold on.
I was like, Dio, what is this? This is red pill? Like, what is this? But again, he don't speak for everybody. He speaks for himself. And he comes from that world. And we talked about it last Saturday, where there is a dose of reality, not trying to sugarcoat, not trying to wish things were a certain way, but really talking about the realities of life and why people choose who they choose, who gets the most women, why, who women really say they want versus who they actually want. We get into it tonight, y'all. This is
Yes.
not the lift service show. Y'all hit the like button. We're up to 50 viewers live. So I appreciate you guys. Please hit the like button as you come in. Leave a comment. Let me know you're watching. All right, DL. So I am, riding in your car tonight. You tell me.
All right.
I'm in the passenger seat. Should we start with definitions or where do you want to start?
We can start with definitions. Hypergamy, the action of marrying or forming a sexual relationship with a person of a superior sociological or educational background. That's the King's. That's right out of the King's.
Okay.
That's Cambridge
So the
definition.
act of marrying or seeking a committed or sexual relationship for the purposes of, and finish that last part, please.
Relationship with a person of superior sociological or educational background.
Superior sociological or educational background. So sociological meaning their position in society, and then
Marrying up.
yeah. So marrying up. Okay. So Heyoka says economic as well. So I think that's sociological in a
Yes.
sense. That
Socioeconomic.
covers it. Socioeconomic, I think, is a broader way. So when you were starting your, and I know you've already probably researched this when we when we decided on this topic today. And thank you
Oh
again, Miss
yeah.
AKA Lady, showing a love with the super chat. Y'all know we put in work here. No comment, just love. Always appreciate your support, sis. Big supporter here on the SuzetteSpeaks platform. And if I don't say it again, I'm gonna say it again now. Thank you so much for being so supportive of my content here, love. I really do appreciate you. All right, DL. So we got definition out there. So is this something that continuously is happening in society, or tell me about the history or where it came from?
I mean, okay, yeah, I would say this has always been a thing, and you have to look at when we're looking at historical times. You go all the way back to caveman times, right?
Mm-hmm.
Women are considered the more vulnerable sex simply because women have children. So when a woman is pregnant, she is extremely vulnerable. Someone has to help her. Someone has to look out for her, bring food, bring protection, bring security. So if you were a woman and you're looking for a mate, you want to get the biggest, strongest man that can do those things. You don't want some little guy, because you're going to need somebody to fight off the saber-toothed tiger, to fight off the other villagers who might be coming to take over, right? You need that. So hypergamy, when these people look at it historically, like the scientists and the real smart folks who look at it, they're looking at it through that lens. Okay, this is where it started. This is why we had generations and generations and generations of this ingrained in us, right? It is just, it's in us. And it will get into more of that,
Yes.
Later.
So it makes the most biological sense.
Yes. Now,
historically, go ahead.
Historically, now moving forward, women haven't really had the opportunity that they enjoy today until recently, right? I mean, women couldn't vote until the 1920s, I believe it was. Yep. 1922 was it? I think, I can't remember off the top of my head, but and then as far as working, though, the working woman didn't really come about until, I'm gonna say the 60s is when it started happening, but it didn't get really popular until the 80s, which coincided like the late 70s with the last time we had a big recession, like the real one. And women had to go out into the workforce to help augment the family home. So this is new as far as women going out, making their own money, being accepted into colleges and being able to come out of the house. Back in the day where they say they wanted their women barefoot, pregnant in the kitchen or whatever.
We'll say relatively in the expanse of human history. Yes, this is pretty new.
This is
women
fairly
to be
new.
able to take care of herself and pay her own bills and provide for all her needs 360. That's a new concept in terms of the length of human history. Miss AKA says, so marrying someone smarter than me can be classified as hypergamy. I support that. Let's go.
Right. And I want to delve into that a little bit as well, but because in the modern society, women can get their own money. They can get their own bag. They can get their own education. They are supported not only from their family, but society as a whole. If something goes wrong, call 911, right? People with guns are going to show up. So you don't even need that security aspect that was critically important, up until that time. I mean, before then,
for sure.
Yeah, your man would take care of you, even all the way up until the, like the 1920s, the 50s, the 60s.
My grandparents, like my grandfather built physically the house they lived in. Yes. Like the strength of both a man and a woman were judged because they were, looked like they could have good, healthy kids, and men that looked strong and were strong in mind and virtue. Yes. So
and
it was
willing to, and they were willing to defend what they have built with their lives.
Exactly.
Right. So that's one of the things that we hear a lot, especially on the, the red pill side. Women are like, well, if you cheating on me, that means you don't love me. Like, no, if a man is willing to die for you, he loves you.
Yeah, so exactly. So those are the roots of, people choosing people. Hey, Yoka 33 says the women with weak men had no protection and their children didn't make it. We're talking about, in
when it comes to human evolution.
Yeah, societies. Yes. Ode to Chef, nice to see you, says in the early 70s, women could not, this is true, could not have credit cards.
Couldn't have credit cards.
Yeah.
This is all new. There was a time when women couldn't enter into certain business agreements. They couldn't sign contracts. I mean, they had to, it is what it is. That's what it was. But now none of that exists anymore. None of that.
In the West, particularly.
In the West, particularly.
It changed. It says, Ace adds, though, Black women and poor families are women that worked. Absolutely. So you're always going to see, if I take it to Europe, the serf class.
Yes.
Of people that, washed and cooked and did a lot of the things. But it was definitely based on a hierarchy.
It was definitely a hierarchy. And it wasn't just, it absolutely with Black women, but Latina women, it was like that with the Irish. It was like that with Chinese. Everyone has gone, well, I should say Asian. Everyone has gone through that. Like now we get into like a traditional class system, like I said, where you're at the bottom everyone's going to have to contribute. The kids were going out collecting bottles, selling lemonade, whatever it was.
Everybody now has to work.
Right.
Just
Everyone has to
Favorite
work.
Network. Thank you. Good to see you, sis. Says limit actually enter the women. I think she probably meant, I figured, voice recognition. Actually enter the workforce by essential necessity due to the World War II. Absolutely. 1950s, and all the men in the West, basically from Europe to the United States, everywhere, gone to war, women had to hold it down. Thank you for the millions. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
So in the 40s, you had Rosie the Riveter. Like, someone had to make the ammunition, someone had to make the airplanes, the jeeps, the tanks, and women did have to go and work. And that was a huge influx of African Americans, like descendants of slaves, also were in there working. Now, when the war was over, you know what I mean, and then that led to the baby boom. Women came out of the factories and went back into a more traditional role.
Yeah,
but they got a taste of it.
Go back. They was like, we're not going back.
Right. They got a taste of it. I mean, there's a really good movie called League of Their Own that kind of explores the all female fast-paced baseball league.
That's one of my favorite movies.
And they were making money. These women were professional baseball players, and according to the movie,
I haven't crying in baseball. Like,
right, there's no crying in baseball. What are you doing? Like, that was
But I love that movie. Yes,
that was a great movie. Now, I haven't researched that, but just going on the movie, it kind of tells the story how all these voids were left by men. Men had to go out and fight and die, so women had to fill these voids, not only in the workplace, not only in the factories, but also for entertainment and for recreation and stuff like that. So they became professional baseball players. That is great. Now, when the men came home, or were they going to play against Babe Ruth and all those guys, Mickey Mantle? Yeah, no, you ain't gonna play against them. But again, as society changes, as time moves forward, there's certain things that are hardwired into us that we just cannot change. It's part of the hardware. This is just how we are. And one of those things is what we're talking about, hypergamous nature. That's one of the things that's just hardwired into us. And I believe that's something that individuals will have to really work hard to change if they wanted to change. Now, my personal view on hypergamy, people like, I don't have a problem with it. I do not have a problem with people who seek to get the best. When I go to the grocery store, I don't look for the worst apple. I want the best apple, right? When I go out and I'm looking for women, I'm looking for what I want, which whatever that is going to be the best of what I want. So I cannot be upset with women who practice hypergamy. However, we'll get into this. There are, some funky things that are going on in there. And one of the big things is that these women are more often than not called gold diggers. And it's like, well, if I'm hypergamous, does that make me a gold digger? Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
If I want better for my life, I'm a gold digger. Okay, I guess I'm a gold digger. I mean, goal, GOAL, gold, GOLD. We'll get into it. Thank you. Better Gents podcast with showing some love on the super chat. Says, looking forward to Uncle DL dropping that red pill knowledge. Now, listen, y'all, I'm telling you, the red pill, it go deep into a rabbit hole. You're not going to really enjoy every part of it because some of it is very intense, and some of it I think is kind of like on like the far edges of the spectrum. So, but shout out to DL for introducing me. Thank you, Red Pill Hustle as well, and several others for bringing me into, I guess, the better understanding of where reality, awareness meets the beginnings of Red Pill. And I appreciate that. I can dip my toe and kind of call it a day. But thank you, Better Gents Podcast, for showing some love tonight. Y'all hit the like button. I appreciate each and every one of you for watching. If you want to help, please interact, like, comment, share. Whatever you do, hit the like button so that more people can see this video. So, okay, we're getting into it. I saw a comment that said that's why men got smarter, because everybody wasn't tough and strong and could fight the wildebeest and hunt and do whatever.
But even with that, like, men could get stronger, but at the end of the day, men have to be men. Like, the smart men in Ukraine are carrying AK-47s right now, and they're firing javelins. So
100%. And I agree, because even in our country, in the U.S., when we talk about the American Revolution, it was the baker and the printer, the printer press guy, the blacksmith. It wasn't just the soldier. Absolutely. Everyday men had to be men. And we're called upon, just like you're talking about in Ukraine. Absolutely.
And it also happens in America now today that one of the things that I see this an issue is, as I think America and Americans and people in the West have become victims of their own success, in the sense that they forget that there's still monsters out there. And at the end of the day, like, you can be a smart guy and you can develop a really nice weapon, but when the monsters show up at the gate, we're gonna need you to bring that weapon out here with you in total line with the rest of us. So you're not getting out of the part of being a man. Like, being a man and being masculine, that's a necessity. And until humans change, completely change, which I don't know, might happen a few thousand years from now, when it comes time to actually protecting and defending, you're gonna have to fight. You're gonna have to fight. So when you get into equality and all this other kind of stuff that we're talking about, which is great, equality and, voting, equality in the workplace and stuff like that is great. But there is a difference when, when people say men and women are different, we are in certain aspects. I don't think Suzette wants to be in the trenches with me as we're fighting off the wolves. And if you want to, you're more than welcome to get into the trench. You're more than welcome to get down here.
Well, we'll get into it. This is the truth about hypergamy. I have the one and only special guest, DL Saint. I really want to know podcast. Please go check out his podcast, helping me understand this concept, how it has evolved over time. We're talking about where it comes from, and now we're talking about how it presents now, and even how it may impact, our dating selections and what we're doing in terms of forming relationships. So where you want to go from here, my brother? Go ahead.
I want to ask you this. Have you ever heard this term? The 3 6s?
Yes.
And do you know what that is? Do you know?
6-pack. A man with a 6-pack, 6 figures, and at least 6 feet tall.
So this is more of a modern construct when it comes to hypergamy. Back in the day, like, even like with my grandma and my mother and all them, I never heard a woman say that. I've never heard that.
No.
Until recent times, right? So, and I even wrote myself a note here. Like, women didn't care about 6 figures back in the day. She wanted a man who worked. She ran the home. She took care of the kids. He went out, he worked, he earned money, and he protected his wife and family with his life. That's how that worked back in the day. Those women were sitting in the house mad that their husband is working at the factory and he comes home and he brings the money home every week. They weren't mad that he wasn't bringing home more money.
Yes.
There was a happy balance.
Steady Eddie, reliable, and covering, basic needs at least. Basic needs were covered. We're happy. We're good. So what happened? Why we started getting into the 6-figure?
I mean, it keeping up with the Joneses, I believe, became an issue. You have people, when life gets easy right now, because it's not as hard to be a stay-at-home mom. Think about back in the day when you had to go down to the stream and you had to wash your clothes on a washing board thing, and right, you had to walk out to the outhouse when you had to go use the restroom. You had to fetch water. Right, when it was time to eat, you had to chase the chicken down, and you had to get the chicken.
Do everything.
You had to do all that. The women were doing all that. Think about it. Now, what happens? Well, when it's time to wash dishes, you throw the stuff in the dishwasher. When it's time to eat, you poke some hole in the plastic, you throw it in the microwave, right? It's not that hard. Men have worked so hard to make the women and they love lives easier. So what happens? Well, I got more time to sit around and think. I want more.
More interesting. I'm definitely going to take you up on this. Heyoka 33, if you want to come up after we drop the link. You're looking at one side of hypergamy. It's a dualistic, so men do it too, is what you're saying. Really would love to hear your opinion. Definitely come up when we drop the link. Let's get the likes up. We're talking about the truth about hypergamy, looking at it specifically from a woman's point of view, but definitely dualistic. I hear you, Hayoka. Yes, I think we are going to explore it a little bit more. Note there's a correlation between income and height. I certainly want, Miss Globe Girl says, I certainly wouldn't want to be in the trenches, but if I had to, I would. That's how I feel too. I'm like, if everybody's down and it's me versus whoever trying to save the children, we go in there. Yes,
absolutely. Now,
this is true. Sorry, the last good man in Jersey says less than 1% of men have 6 figures, 6 feet tall, and a 6-pack. What y'all fighting over? Y'all fighting over this 1%.
And we're going to get into that. He's absolutely right. I mean, and we'll break that down as we talk this evening. But a lot of this, when we get into hypergamy, and I'm hearing a lot of people saying, well, men are hypergamous too. And I'm hearing this thing. And here's the deal. We're not, we're being real broad here.
Yes.
Are there men who are hypergamous? I'm sure they are. Are there women who are, hypogamous, which is the opposite, right? You know what I mean? They don't care. I'm sure there are. But generally speaking, this is where we are. We're forced to kind of live in the big picture and not really focus on the outliers. But one thing that people fail to realize, and maybe it's because they just don't give it too much thought, but male dating strategy is way different than female dating strategy. And that's something like, for all those people who say, well, men are hypergamous too, I would argue on a balance of probabilities, they are not. Most men don't really care how much money his potential mate is earning. Now, when we get into the topic of hypergamy, now we're not talking about all men. When we're looking at hypergamy from the female lens, and I'm not a woman, I'm just, I'm quoting the stuff that I've read and studies that I've looked at and all this.
Right.
Women, like Suzette just said, they want a guy that's, 6 feet, 6 figures, 6-pack. Right? They want to get the best that they can get. Right. Of course. So we're talking about those men. We're not talking about the bottom 80, because there's a rule out there. There's the 80-20 rule. Some people say it's 90-10 or whatever, but basically it basically means that most women don't acknowledge or even see the majority of men out there. They focus on what they want, which tends to mean they focus on the top 20%, right? And I mean, and again, those numbers fluctuate. So no one really cares. And hey, sorry if you're in the bottom 80, brother, I ain't trying to make you mad, but no one really cares what those guys think, right? So if you're going to find a hypergamous dude, he's probably going to be in the bottom 80. The guys in the top 20%, the guys who are making well over 6 figures, the guys who are the alpha chads, the guys with the bodies and all that, the Tyrones, the Pookies, whatever.
Not the Pookies and the Tyrones. Hold on now. Let's get to it.
Those guys,
the last good man in Jersey says 80-20. That's OK Cupid research. I didn't know that.
It was OK Cupid and also Tinder. Tinder did one as well. And like, again, the numbers vary from platform to platform. And they were looking at who women find attractive. And there's also what we're going to talk about here in a little bit is who women find economically unattractive.
Eesh.
So we got those studies here.
Last good man in Jersey, good to see you. Says hypergamy hurts women. Hayoka added, when young, it's about genetics. When you're getting old, it's about provision. So hence, when the bad boys, when a woman are young, the need for provision when women get older. Interesting. Cool.
Yeah. So
they call this the Pietro principle. You heard of this? I've never heard of this.
This one I haven't heard of.
Thank you. Pietro? Is that it?
The 80-20, the 80-20 rule.
I mean, that's what it's called in general. Okay.
I've heard so many different terms, but and when I first heard that, I was like, man, that's BS. I didn't believe it. When I first heard it, I sat down and I really thought about it. And I'm like, oh, you know what? Yeah, most women don't see most men.
I think a lot of good guys get overlooked. I do believe that because a lot of women don't see it. It's like friend zone or just not attracted to.
If they can get to the friend zone. It's a climb uphill just to get put into the friend zone.
Yeah. When we drop the link, I want to hear what you have to say. Ace Butterfly says, in terms of dating strategy differences, I know a couple of men who had children but never sought or dated women with children. Interesting. There's hypergamy for sure.
It can be a part of that. I mean, and again, you have these different dating strategies, right? But I personally believe that hypergamy is a far superior strategy than the strategy that I've always used. Like as a man, I just want someone who, like I see, she's fine and she's feminine and she's friendly, and I didn't care about how much money she made. I don't care what she does. In fact, women who climb that ladder and make that money and they work in those sectors, they tend to have more masculine traits, and most men don't find that attractive because you can't turn it off and turn it on. If you're an alpha type, you're an alpha type.
Let's get into this. I don't want to get off subject. Don't know that I completely agree with that statement. But let me read this comment right here. Our modern Western culture, says the favorite network, is behind on hypergamy, a concept born along with mankind since day one of human existence. It's simply begun to retrend over here now, though I guess you're saying inevitably, but yay, get it. we've been doing this. I don't know why people talking about it. I guess it's no guarantee face says, let's go. So let's get into it, DL. Let me hear some of the research that you found in terms of how women are selecting and who they find desirable.
Well, there's the we put the link. I put that link in there. You maybe if you want to pull that
Okay,
out
let
now.
me pull up. So DL has an article here we're gonna share.
And the article that Suzette's going to pull up is from Woman's Health.
Okay,
And
here we go.
I mean, it's a pretty long article, and it talks about hypergamy. Hypergamy is an age-old relationship practice that's still relevant today, right? And then it kind of gets into modern. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Just one part I did want to bring up. And it talks about what hypergamy is. We've already talked about that. You know, what I mean, women may no longer need hypergamous relationships, but they still seek them out. Right now, you know, and they're going. This particular part of the article even talks about Kevin Samuels. You know, the late great Kevin Samuels, and they were saying, you know, his success when he talks to women about hypergamy, and it's one of those things when Kevin would ask women, you know, do you want to be able to stay home with your child? Do you want to be able to not have to worry about any of the financial responsibilities? In other words, you don't want to have to carry the household. Do you want your man to do all that? All of us who've watched Kevin in the past, we know what people would normally say. They're like, yeah, I don't want to have to do that. And but there was even women who like get the education, they get the bag. You would think that, okay, once they have that security on their own, right? They have the money, they have everything they need. Surely those women aren't hypergamous, but it seems that women with higher incomes still are. And when you look at this chart here, women they want to marry up. So you look at in marriages where women had more education, they were 93% more likely to marry men with higher income than themselves. And then, of course, it breaks down with people with high school education would be 54%. Where both spouses had some college, it was 31% more likely. And then where both spouses had some college or above, it was 23%. But this big number here, like even when you get in the bag, you're a female, you've done it, you've went out there, you're doing great. You still want your mates to do better than you, 90%, according to this study. And this study was done by University of British Columbia. And,
okay, let me just re-emphasize what I'm seeing here, because this is the first time, guys. Hit the like button. Appreciate y'all as you come in. So we're talking about hypergamy for those just joining, and this is a concept about related to people, specifically women in our context here today, wanting to marry sociologically superior in terms of their social class or education wise. And so DL has
economics is where you want to throw that in.
Economics. So DL has pulled some information here. Hit the like button, please. Saying in marriages where women had more education, they were 93, that top right, 93% more likely to marry men with higher income than themselves. Wow.
And Suzette, if you want, I don't know if you read this part over here where where it has the title, women still tend to marry.
Yes, read it again. Read it again, please.
Well, so it says women still tend to marry higher earning men. More women earn university degrees than men today, which we all know. But the new University of British Columbia study of heterosexual marriage trends show that women still tend to choose husbands who have higher incomes than they do. No, and it's a heavier emphasis on the income, not so much the education.
Okay,
interesting. And then it turns into what you just read about, you know, in marriages where women had the education, they were 93% more likely to marry men with higher income than themselves.
Okay, I'm gonna read that bottom row just in case people can't see it. Welcome, guys. Hit the like button as you're coming. We're talking hypergamy. It says, so interesting that this is British Columbia because that's Canada. So it's very interesting to use that in context too. When compared with couples in which the wife had less education, the tendency for women to marry up in income was 54% higher when both spouses had a high school education, 31% higher when both spouses had some college, and 23% higher when both spouses had college degrees or above. Interesting. So 93% overall if you had higher education married up. And yes. I think the gap between, I guess, if you had a high school, when both had high school, it wasn't about education, it was about income. I see what you're saying. It's about income. 54.
It's about income. So earlier when I said that this is kind of a variant of hypergamy, right? Whereas before, hypergamous nature is centered around security. It's centered around provisioning and protection. Because women didn't have the rights that they have now. They were looked on as second class citizens. They weren't protected by the courts. All these sort of things, but now they are. So it doesn't even matter so much about your educational level. It's about the bag. So I think that's become the more modern approach to hypergamy. I want a guy that makes more than me. You know what I mean? And like, shout out to Fresh and Fit. They bring people on there all the time. I know people. They're like, well, they bring on these club girls. They bring on these girls. But here's the thing, though. They've had professional women on there. They've had attorneys. They've had scientists. They've had just a couple of days ago, they had a young woman. She was 25 years old. She was earning $140,000 a year. She was Ivy League college. You know what I mean? Like she had completed.
That's why
school.
She could be 25 and earn 140,000.
Exactly. And it was a really good debate between her and the platform, because her thing was, I can't find a man that's good enough. Well, what do you mean by good enough? And what it boiled down to, like, so you're saying you can't find a guy who doesn't earn as much. And it wasn't even as much as you. You need somebody who earns more than you. Again, this is I don't see a problem with it, but it hurts women because we all know that there are more women in college than men. We also know that people who have college degrees tend to earn more than people who do not. So if more women are in school and they're coming out making money, what's the chances of them wanting to mate with a guy who's making, say, $70,000 a year, which is above the average, especially if we're talking about black folks.
Black people, yeah.
Right.
This is interesting because British Columbia, I think they are probably majority white Canadians.
I would argue that. It's not a hub of people of color. Like not like America,
Toronto or parts of other places.
Not like America
and whatnot. Interesting.
So I would say, and then someone in the chat, and I think it was like the last good brother in Jersey. I think that was his name. He was saying that hypergamy hurts women. It absolutely does, because again, it's a shout out Myron Gaines. As women go up and make more money, doors close. As men go up, they make more money.
Doors close in mating.
And yes, that's all we're talking about. We're not talking about anything else.
Making sure.
Yes, we're gonna keep this. Everything that I'm talking about right now has to do with dating strategy. We're not talking about anything outside of that right now. So as women make more money, they get more status, doors tend to close for them when it comes to dating options, long-term relationship, marriages. When men go up, they make more money, they go up in status, they get more clout, doors open. Why is that? And again, it goes back to that question. Someone was saying, well, men are hypergamous too. I would say they are not, because as a guy who's done pretty good, I'm doing all right. I can still talk to the waitress who's working at McDonald's, or the waitress I bump into working at Waffle House. That won't bother me. I could care less how much money she makes. I can care less what her title is. I can care less how many letters she has behind her name. I don't care. But that does mean something to women, especially those women who've done the work and they're making these good salaries. So what are you thinking there, sister?
Interesting. I'm just going through the chat and several questions. So do we know when the source of this, or when this article was published? Do we know
this is a 2016 study.
2016. Miss Glowgirl was like, is this from 1980? No, this is 2016. Appreciate it. Hayoka says, and that this is why women's education doesn't matter to men with higher status. They have to pay any way, I guess. Sorry for that good guffaw. Yes. Miss Creative, how are you? We still are looked at like second-class citizens according to some men. Interesting. So more.
Okay. Sounds like a different. That would be a different topic.
The more education and money a woman has, the harder it is to find a man. I think this is true.
It is harder to find it because that bottom dollar means so much, right? I mean, that's the thing. It's not that the guy isn't good enough. Like, you have a good guy. He's a great man. He loves puppies, whatever. He cooks, he cleans, he does all this stuff. He makes $70,000 a year and he's happy there. That's it. That's all he wants. Now, and this would be on Kevin Samuel's show all the time. The women were like, well, I would be with him if he were ambitious and he wanted to make more. And Kevin Samuels would always say, no, this is where he is. This is where he's happy. He's doing well. Why can't you be with that guy? Well, he doesn't make enough money. So this is this variant of hypergamy that's really hurting modern women right now, because as we see, it's not about your educational level. It's not about your ability to protect, to provision, right? It's not about all that. It's about how much. It's about making more money than me. Not even what I make, but making more. And if you don't make, like, if you make what I make now, you need to make more moving forward if you want me to take you serious. Now, this is bad for women because it gives all the leverage to the top tier guys.
DL, post that link to that article in the chat if you would. A couple people are asking for it, please.
Okay.
I'm enjoying the conversation, the truth about hypergamy tonight with guest DL Saint, giving us some information that he found about hypergamy and hypergamous relationships and trends, how in particular it affects women. And we're just talking about it in terms of its current, what should I say, iteration, which is about, sounds like money, income being the hypergamy trade-off. I really do want to get into when men apply this, which is very interesting. But for right now, we're focused on the women and understanding why and how it looks the way it does in modern dating and some of the impacts. As DL was saying, he sees it as a drawback for women to want to only date. We had started from a place of 6'6", 6 feet tall, six pack, six-figure men, to men earning more than them. And your contention, my brother, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, is that since there are more women making more money, it is going to become harder, and the dating market is going to become much harder to find people who are going to meet that standard of hypergamy, which is make at least or more than what I make. So various comments in the chat that I'm loving. Yes, he's going to post the link in the chat. Thank you so much, Alaska man in Jersey. Sure, says Miss Glove Girl. A man of status claims to not care about what women makes until he sees them assets, the real assets. Yes. The favorite network says male hypergamy is primarily a visually based concept of arm candy. Interesting. Kenardoc, good to see you, brother, says. Funny enough, none of this applies to the Mexican men who come over to Los Angeles. You'll find lower earning men attracting women to build families. It's in their culture to embrace men, period. Interesting. Thank you for that observation. Let me see. Elijah Islam says, your money is nothing to me because it's not mine, and I am an HVAC contractor here in Cape Coral. Shout out to you, all those guys who are technical and tradesmen and work with their hands, HVAC, heating, ventilation, AC. I hear you. Let's get the likes up though. Let's let's please. I'm loving the chat deal. I can't keep.
Yeah, and I was having trouble posting it, but it's you can, if you Google it, just Google hypergamy.
Put the link in my thing right here, and I'll just post it. Put the link right here in the private chat, and I'll post it so you guys can see the article. And we have a couple more to bring up for discussion, and then we're gonna drop the link, y'all, and see what you have to say. AKA Ozzy, how about if you're just good at what you do and you learn your craft? There's nothing masculine about that. Yeah, in terms of, okay, so we're on that discussion, what you said, DL, and I saw Ace and I saw Miss Glow Girl respond, the stereotype that because we are very good in terms of our corporate jobs, that is women who move up the corporate ladder, that we tend to be, quote, masculine.
Here's the thing. I wish I could find a better word. I wish I was a better wordsmith. But
we think that's a stereotype, DL. We think that's
not really. Here's my argument.
No, not really.
No, and hear me
the
out.
Head of Pepsi Cola. These
hear me out.
Listening.
Hear me out.
Listening.
In order to climb that corporate ladder, do you think you have to be a more agreeable person, like a real laid back, okay, whatever, go with the flow, or do you have to be a more assertive person?
When I'm at work.
When you're at work.
I have to be more assertive.
You have to be more assertive. The higher you go, wouldn't you have to be more assertive to get, you're trying to get all the way up to CEO? Don't you have to be a little more cutthroat, a little more assertive? You got to get that shank in there. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do, right?
So posted the article link. Yes, I hear your point.
Right. So those traits, would you consider those traits more feminine or more masculine?
This is where we go in, DL. So your assumption is just because a woman don't sit in the C-suite, she don't have them cutthroat traits?
I say she does.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You're gonna end up. It's not.
I say she does, and I
Across the
also
board, I think you're going to use a bad stereotype to downgrade women who actually have the money to be able to match, and then you might fall for the woman who actually does have those quote masculine characteristics who don't have a high level job.
My intention is not to do that. My intention is simply to show that in order to get there, you have to be more masculine than feminine, more assertive than going with the flow. Those traits.
Masculine because I have a career deal.
Not because you have a career, but because if we got to go to battle, I got to pick a woman. There's two women there. We got to go to battle. One of them is airborne, right? She's been in a combat support unit, right? She can shoot. She's been tested. She's been to war, right? The other one is a kindergarten teacher. Which one is going to be more assertive? Which one is going to have the traits that you need to get that particular mission done? We probably would agree is going to be the warrior woman.
Right.
Warrior woman.
So
now those traits are masculine because we're going to send her into a very masculine world to go deal with something. I'm not saying it's bad. However, when she's done doing what she got to do for God and country, right? And we've won and we planted our flag somewhere and we've staved off the bad people. When she comes home, she can't turn that off.
Yes, she can.
No, you can't, Suzette. Yes, that's the thing. You cannot. I cannot turn off the fact that I am alpha. I can sit back and I can let things happen, but when you get me to that point, you're gonna have to
follow, DL.
But that's those traits. And again, we're talking about the top tier guys. The top tier guys, generally speaking, aren't going to want that person who has the same traits as him. The guy who that woman who was like, yo, I went through these trenches. I went through the BS just like you went through the BS, bro. Go make your own sandwich. You know what I mean? Matter of fact, while you're in there, bring me one.
Why would a woman? This is what I'm saying. That's stereotyping, dog. That's not how we are when we're at home, darling.
All I'm saying is really
I'm
difficult.
not going to tell you to do that. If I want to be with a man, I want to take care of men. Why would I do that?
It's really
Why would
difficult.
I yell after you, tell you go make your own son? Why would I do that?
But we see it every day.
No, stop messing with those women. What you talking about, bro?
But we do see it. Correct. We do see it. And
if it's my man and I want to take care of my man and create a peaceful environment for my man and a happy life, why would I bring masculine traits, if you will, into a marriage? Into a home space.
And your position on this,
we have to take off our armor and relax. Why would I do that?
So in this scenario, you will never bring that energy home, ever.
I think it's dangerous if you do. Now,
okay. Now I will concede the fact and say, you know what, Suzette never brings that home. Now, how many women you think fit in that category?
Yeah, I think it's a lot.
Okay, but how many? 100%, 90%?
Not everybody.
Not everybody. 50% are like that.
We're just CEO and they want to mess up their marriage. I get it.
We're just making up numbers, but 50%. And so now the top tier guy, the guy who has all these options.
But think about the advantages that woman brings. That woman only brings this advantage to a man's life. What advantages?
Certain men. Bottom 80 guy would love to have her. Absolutely love to have her.
I think a top tier guy with to this point, Ace Butterfly says, this is why too many women have to dumb themselves down to please men. Why not admit that a successful woman is intimidating to a man that lacks confidence? Her opinion. But I'm asking, wouldn't that woman's insights, kind of as Coach Clinician would say, having his back, having his six, wouldn't her, whether it's her intuition or her ability to kind of see and plan and for him to bounce ideas off of, that wouldn't be an advantage to him?
Here's the thing, possible. But again, and I'm not, would that type of woman bother me? Would that bother DL Saint? No. However, if she comes home one day, bad day at work, she comes home one day and
check snaps at me, and then we can start over again.
Right. Like, but again, it's like if I have choices, if I have a choice I'm going to go
So
with.
everybody should just stop and become a bartender, y'all. We heard it here first.
I'm just these are tough conversations to have, but do you see do you see the point I'm making?
I hear the point you're making.
And
I don't
that's
necessarily
it.
agree with it, but I hear the point you're making. I'm trying to evaluate why, and just in my, sense as a lawyer, trying to be counterintuitive, like, why would you think that? Aren't there other possibilities from that type of person?
Now I would say let's circle back to it, but let's take it from a different angle. You meet a guy.
Listen,
not even you.
Me.
Not even you.
You can't turn it off.
No, not even you. It's hard to turn it off. I mean, if you're alpha, you're alpha. But if you have are women, in your opinion, are women willing to be the breadwinner?
We don't want to. That's what the hypergamy thing just. You're like, no.
You don't want.
Okay. You do it.
You don't want to be the. Okay,
so a
lot
of the men are saying she can't turn it off.
It's hard to turn off. I can't stop
then
being
other
who I am.
Women are saying, do I have to dumb myself down?
It's not dumb. I don't like the term dumb myself down.
The right man will appreciate an intelligent woman. If a man doesn't like a smart woman, get a dumb one. I kind of feel that same way. If you don't want a smart woman, just say that. And
but
just get a dumb one.
Here's the thing. There are plenty of men in the bottom 80 that won't have a problem with that whatsoever. The top tier guys probably won't deal with it. But the guys in the bottom 80, no problem whatsoever.
Like I said, don't cap. I don't want no war with a husband at home. That's foolishness. Why would I come home? I don't know. Why would I come home and create war with my man? I don't know.
But again, and so whenever I get into these back and forths, and I've had a few conversations, I would always ask that question. Hey, here's the deal. What's wrong with the bottom? This is the same question that Kevin Samuels would pose on his platform. What's wrong with that guy making $70,000 a year? A little bit over the average, way over the average for black men, right?
I think this is a lot. I feel like we as especially folks who code switch and do all what we have to do to survive in a corporate environment. I'm not the same person at the bar after 5 as I am in the office. Like, I'm not. I don't think a lot of people are. Like, it's like you said, put on your armor, go deal with these crazy people, and then come home. But I'm not the same person. I don't have my armor on in my kitchen and I'm like constantly on edge. I'm not that. I think we got to give people, my opinion, a little bit more credit here that they can kind of.
Some people don't want to turn it off, Suzette.
My weekend is different than my work day.
Could we agree that there are some people out there, there's some women out there who don't want to turn it off?
Yes, there are. There are some. The question isn't, can a high-earning woman be feminine at home? It's, are they being feminine? It's not my experience. In my experiences, sorry, they're not. Okay. Point. And
here's the thing: like we have a good mix of men and women in the chat tonight, which is great. Shout out to everybody out there. Hit the like button, y'all.
No.
Hit the like button, y'all. But here's the deal, though: all these men are saying what they're saying, and then the women are pushing back hard. It is like, hey, I'm just the messenger.
Is strong, though. That's what we're saying. We're like, well, dang, take us on an individual basis, or is that too much to ask?
It could be, because why take the chance? Here's the thing: you got a guy again, and we haven't even gotten to the multiple women thing. We're going with that scenario. You got a guy who's going to be loyal to you. This is the pretense I'm working under. We're going with a guy who's not going to actually did.
Boris the B, shout out to you. Great education plus great salary equals great safety net. That's not attractive. Wow. If she's not 100% content, she has less reason to work things out. Your opinion, thank you. Boris the B says, if you're on your man's program, you wouldn't be trying to grab the steering wheel. I'm not trying to grab it.
And so we have look, we're talking about now. Like, it's kind of like we're kind of stuck on this a little bit.
Go ahead.
But I mean, it's cool, and we can circle back to it, because here lies the issue. This is if men and women, especially black men and women, if they can figure out this right here, boy, the rest of it is pretty easy. You know what I mean? With one other hiccup was being the exercising your options part. That's another sticking part.
I see his point, Frank. Don't say that. I understand his point, but I don't agree with it.
Suzette sees it.
I just disagree.
Yeah, you ain't got it. And that's and again, that's why I rock with you, Suzette, because You understand how it works. Like, I get your point. I just don't agree with it. That's fine.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I don't have to agree with him. I don't agree with him.
That's fine. But back to what we're talking about. If we could work this out, I think that'd be a good thing. And what we're dancing over, what we're glossing over, what we're not even talking about is the bottom 80. Again, we in this scenario, like, well, why I got to get the bottom 80 guy? How come I can't get the top tier guy? Because there ain't a lot of them. Right? It's not a lot of them.
They trying to pick up the bartender. Oh, she looking at me.
Sometimes they pick up the bartender. Sometimes they pick up the socialite. Sometimes they pick up, because think about it, all women, not just black women. If we're talking about black men who reach that 1%, that less than 1%, all women are hypergamous. All races, all classes, right? He has an abundance of options, real options. I'm trying to tell you.
That's 100%. He can
right.
go up, he can go down, he can go around the world, and every man don't want the same thing. I hear you.
Right. And it's so it's like, wow, he has to make a choice. And again, if we're going in a world where the guy's gonna be monogamous, he's got to make a good choice. Right? It has to be exactly what he wants. Mm-hmm. And if he does not want to deal with a woman who has, she's CEO of Google, if he doesn't want to deal with that, there's a lot to do. Even if she takes her armor off, the phone's going to be ringing off the hook.
But I'm just telling you, when I see, for example, several white women who are coupled up, Sheryl Sandberg, her husband passed, rest in peace. I forget the lady I think she is an Indian American. It's either, I think it might be Coke or Pepsi. These people have husbands, and their husbands are not like freeloading husbands. Their husbands have like careers as well, or had in Sheryl Sandberg's case. So it's like, it's too high powered, if you want to call it, people. Yeah, and they work.
The power couple. I don't want to be
right.
on a power
couple.
And
it works, and it's not looked at as like terrible. I just think we're missing some kind of like wealth building. I don't know.
It boils down to supply and demand. There just isn't enough of them. There just isn't enough. At the end of the day, we're talking about the top tier guys. There just isn't. And I keep saying top 20%, but let's keep it 100. We're talking about the less than 1%ers. That's what we're really talking about here. We're talking about those guys who are making $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 a year and up. We're talking about these guys who are in shape, they're handsome. We're talking about guys who are movers and shakers. There are only a handful of them. They are the new
ladies. Noble. Put a 1 in the chat.
So
if
what's
you
wrong?
Had to pay the bills, I don't even. This is a foreign concept for me. If you had to pay the bills for a man, would you respect him? No.
Why not? You got the bread. Why not?
But no.
He's holding down the house. Why not? He's cooking for you. He's cleaning. He's looking good when you come home. I mean,
you're saying maybe become the majority breadwinner. That might be a possibility, because I think that's the reality of life.
If you can't get the 1%er, are you just gonna stay single?
No.
Right? Are you gonna get dogs? Like everybody keeps saying, invest in Chewy.
Y'all leave the Chihuahua alone. Leave the Chihuahua out of this.
So,
I hear what you're saying,
and that's the point.
If I had to pay bills, I don't think paying bills as in in its entirety, pay the majority. Say my income was 50, 60%, and his was 40 or 30.
You're making 200, he's making 70. You're making $200,000 a year, he's making $70,000 a year. And let's not even say bills, right? Because you don't even care about that, because the house is paid for. Whatever that runs on it on that. You know what? SuzetteSpeaks podcast is paying all the bills in the house. So it's whatever. You don't already did that. You don't even worried about that. But how about when it's time to go somewhere? Suzette wants to go over here with I'm gonna go catch up with Big Bro Saint and his wife. He invited us to come over here to Silverstone, to Great Britain, to watch the F1 race. I want to go. Right? And it's time to go there. Okay, we're going next week. Why? Because we got it like that. We ain't got to plan that out a year and a half. We got the money. We worked hard. Your man, then he ain't got money like that. You want to go and you want to bring him, you got to pay him. How you going to pay for him to be there? You got to flew him out to an F1 race.
If we're married, it's one pot. Then we have to do it.
But keeping it 100. But keeping it 100. Every time y'all want to do something, I
think there's women that's living that life, and I'm not judging them, because I think, like we're talking about, there is a imbalance in terms of like a shortage of the type of men that they would consider their equal. I'm thinking of like, I
Less
mean,
than
I don't know
1%.
these people. I just watch them every now and then. So I'm thinking like certain people on the Real Housewives, they are the breadwinners and their husbands work, but they are, you know, musically talented. They're getting royalties from back in the day and all this other stuff. So
Right.
I'm thinking of it in those terms. If you have it, like, thank God for YouTube. If I get a successful YouTube career going and my money is just long, I'm going to hopefully acquiesce some of that because he probably can't make what I make comparably.
Now,
So
hypergamy says you won't.
well, we ain't going to the lowest of the low,
No,
but
you're
he's
the
not
80.
going to make what I make or more.
We're talking about the bottom 80%, and let's say he's at 78%. He's at the top of the bottom 80. He's at the top of the bottom 80.
Frank, you might need to call in because I think you got a lot to say in this chat.
But do you see where this is where and this is where we were getting into the downside for women when it comes to hypergamy.
Yes.
And this is one of my.
I need you to get into reality. I hear you guys. I hear you. They said, Kennardic said the manosphere would not exist if this was not the case. And then everybody else is like, this guest speaker giving you ladies a lot of facts. Please take notes.
Girl, look, you got me. Let me roll up my sleeves here. You got me working.
I need to be brought into the light, apparently, because I'm sitting here like, no.
All I'm asking you to do is what you always do. Just think about it. And I see you thinking about it. I really do. I see you thinking. You know what I mean? Like, hold on, y'all got me working hard. Let me loosen it up here. Hold on. Let me get this tie loose.
Don't let him come to this, y'all. First war is when she gets off work and she looks over the house. No. I agree with this statement, though, because I think there's this kind of what you're talking about, this stereotype. The top 20% men don't want boss lady at home. He will date a Starbucks girl. I think that's a true statement.
Yes. And it's not because she's the boss. It's just to become the boss woman, to become the CEO. There are certain man-like traits. Let's call it corporate traits. You just have to be hardcore corporate.
I'm not rejecting it. I'm just saying I don't know if I agree with it.
It's in there now. It ain't coming out.
Mercy. They calling me out. I'm gonna drop this link though. Thank you, Duty, Honor, Caffeine. I'm way back on the chat. Apparently, I need to catch up. If you aren't going to pay bills and work and make a high income, then your jaw shouldn't drop when men say they don't care about your money and degrees. Okay, let me read that again. If you aren't going to pay the bills and work and make a high income as a woman, then your jaw shouldn't drop when men say they don't care about your money and your degrees. It's worth less than toilet paper.
Like Suzette.
What is CV showed toilet paper is worth more? What is CV? CV showed?
I don't know.
Kevin Samuels, maybe? KS? Maybe,
no,
I don't know. So
showed toilet paper is worth more. I don't know who CV is.
I don't know if that's another content creator or who that is. So I hear your point, though. Go ahead and respond, Dale.
It's the way men look at how much money a potential mate earns is not the same as the way women look at how much money the potential mate earns. In other words, we all know this. If a dude who's kind of fat, whatever, or just not that ugly, just pudgy, whatever, skinny, fat, not that pretty, but he's worth $1 billion.
Oh, what did Jay-Z? All of it. He gets all of it because
he's worth $1 billion. And even in that scenario, the guy's the nicest guy on the planet. He's a cool guy. He's sharp. He's savvy. He's no pushover. He's just not handsome, right? But like they say, there's no such thing as an ugly billionaire man.
I agree with that.
Right? So because here's the thing. If men were hypergamous, Oprah Winfrey would probably be the most desired woman on the planet. One of them, at least. Mm-hmm. How much is she worth?
Too much, billions, yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. DLA, Uncle Saint ain't worth nowhere near billions of dollars, right? But I could get on with a little bit I got. But Oprah, you know what I'm saying? Oprah can't get on with a billion. Give me $1 billion.
DMs. You don't think Oprah got DMs, y'all? Put a 1 in the chat if you think Oprah getting DMs.
Dave Chappelle hitting it. That was the funniest thing I ever saw in my life. Holla at me, Oprah. Jesus. There's people trying to get on. Like, she might be a target. Like, yeah. Kelly Clarkson. Look what happened to her in the court system. You know what I mean? Like, she has to pay all that money out. But
poor Kelly Clarkson.
Kelly Clarkson, right? Poor anybody who gets raked over the coals in that system. That's another conversation. We're not going to have that right now. But think about it. Who's going to have a harder time finding a replacement?
I hear you, but I'm with Miss Globe Girl on this. If my husband was like, say, a professor, for example, and my pockets were deeper than his, I would be fine with it. So, and the question was, would you respect a man that made 100,000? I would. I would. But I do think there's a different, what should I say, dynamic going on. But I hear what you're saying.
I would push back just a little bit with Miss Globe Girl.
Yes.
With respect, love, with respect, because I do respect you. You
Yes.
always have great conversation, great points.
Thank y'all for the super chats. Shout out to y'all. Go ahead and respond.
I would simply say this: women aren't really accustomed to paying for everything, and if her professor husband or boyfriend, husband, whichever, is out spending her money without her permission. In other words, he's out buying himself a nice little tweed coat with the little patches on there without telling her, the bill just comes, or he's out taking his colleagues out to a nice luncheon and picking up the tab, and then the bill just comes. I think eventually she's gonna sit down and talk to him. Hey, what you doing with my money?
I hear you. Yeah. Marcus says, get a reality check, Sue. He says the exception argument is tiring. Woo. All this content, data, and testimony from men seems to mean little. Women want it all. Many start to veer into the delusion category, educated or otherwise.
I sent you the delusional calculator too. I don't know if you played with it.
No,
I sent you that.
You didn't play with it?
I sent it to your Insta. Yeah, okay. I sent that to you. You need to. There's people out. If y'all like, just go Google delusional calculator, and it gives you. It allows you to put in your perfect man, and it's based on census data. It's based on other government information.
The likelihood of you getting that.
And then it'll tell you what are the odds of you finding this man.
Okay, so Marcus, I'm listening. Marcus said, "Get it together. Don't be the delusional." Oh. I hear you. Thank you for the super chat and the gut check. Thank you very much for both.
And before, I don't know if you dropped the chat, but before you bring people on, I think it's a good time if you don't mind sharing that one I just sent you.
Sure. Thank you so much, guys, and I appreciate it.
Where my red pill brothers at, and my red pill sisters? Where y'all at? Where Harmony Pill at? Where Harmony Pill at? Right, is she in the chat? Is Harmony Pill in the chat?
There we go. Thank you again, Marcus, on the super, and thank you, Duty Annika. Okay, CV19. Oh,
that's it.
About the beer bug. Yeah, talking about the beer bug. More valuable than anybody's degrees. Hypergamy shows the latest degrees, and income doesn't matter.
Not to men. It doesn't matter to men. Not as much. Okay, let me clear it up. It doesn't matter to top tier men. It might matter to the bottom 80 more than it definitely matters to the top tier guys. But even in the bottom 80, they don't care. The money issue isn't on their end. If they're dealing with a woman with money, they're not the ones having an issue with it. It generally tends to be the woman who's making all the money. Like, hey, don't be spending my money like that. What are you doing? At least ask my permission. It's always going to start.
No, I know. You know what I mean? It's going to come to a point.
It's going to come to a point. So
somebody going to be uncomfortable. Hopefully they don't have good communication. But I hear what you're saying. The likelihood of somebody being uncomfortable, either the woman who makes more or the man who makes less, feeling some type of way. Understand that. I understand that.
So right here, there was an Cornell University.
Cornell, go ahead.
Yeah. So it's the College of Human Ecology, economically unattractive. I don't know if anybody's heard this term, but this is a thing now, and we talked about this already. I'm not going to read the whole article, but women are making more money. They have they've achieved higher economic status. They've achieved higher educational status. They still want to date at their level or higher, and because women outnumber men in school and they're coming out, they're doing this thing. It's getting harder and harder, y'all. It's getting harder and harder. So, and I'm not sure when I want to say this study came out in 2019. Don't quote me on that because I had a bunch of numbers running through my mind. It was 2000, January 8th of 2020. January 8th, 2020. I'm sorry, I said 2000, not 2020. But, it maybe, I'll send this to Suzette as well, and she could post it in there, but fewer couples are tying a knot. Currently, barely more than half of adults in the U.S. say that they are living with a spouse. In fact, according to some estimates, the marriage rate is the lowest in at least 150 years. This is the lowest share on record. a century and a half. This is the lowest, right? That people have been getting married in a century and a half. And remember, this fairly recent when women were, afforded these rights, these opportunities as they should be, as they should be. So, but if we don't do something about this hypergamy, it just doesn't look good. And it kind of goes in. There was a piece of this that I wanted to. So it says most American women hope to marry, but current shortages of marriageable men with a stable job and a good income, make this increasingly difficult, especially in the current gig economy of unstable, low-paying service jobs. Marriage is still based on love, but it also is fundamentally an economic transaction. Many young men today have little to bring to the marriage bargaining, especially as young women's educational levels and average now exceed their male suitors. Right. So again, this is pretty good. Like I'm gonna send this to Suzette and she can post this as well. But what are we gonna do, y'all? I mean, it's right there. It's right there. There you go. So what's going on?
Yeah, coming back in. The link has been dropped, y'all. So if you want to come up and give us your take on the state of affairs, I saw Life of Cash. You had a great comment about hypergamy is a biological imperative that doesn't align with the current social constructs and economic constructs. Interesting. I'm going to also share this article, the 2020 Cornell article that DL just shared with us. And it's very interesting. Again, I'm not saying we're not listening to gentlemen in the chat. They're like, yeah, we've been saying this. Is this new? Join the convo, though, if you want to come up. Come on through. Here is, first of all, the article. Let me give it to you now. So the one he just shared is in the chat. And then let me drop the link. So if you want to come up, join the conversation, you can even just show your face in the back if you don't want to show your face on the stream. But at least let me know that you're a human and not a bot or a troll. Yeah. We definitely want to involve you in this very interesting discussion.
Ladies, please. I know the brothers are going to jump up, but ladies, please jump up. Jump up. And I had some other points down here. I was saying that.
Go ahead, please.
Nowadays,
it's through the chat while you talk. Go ahead.
It seems that women are refusing to enter long-term relationship with men who don't earn more than them, or at least have the potential to earn more than them. And again, this is all bad. I had this under the downside for women with reference to hypergamy. Women do not want to be the main breadwinner, right? I don't want a broke man. How many times we've heard that? I could do bad all by myself. How many times we heard that? Right? So these are just things that's been going on. This is not new. Women outnumber men in college. We've already mentioned that a few times. Because of that, they tend to earn more, right? Again, all the studies point to that. You go to college, you're gonna make more than someone who didn't. Right?
Red pill stand up. They're saying, okay, get them likes up. I need 100 likes, y'all. Come on, please. Be doing work here. Hey, Mandro. Hey, Miss AKA Lady. Hey, Miss Canardoc. Mr. Canardoc in the back. We came up kind of quick. Go ahead and make your final points before we bring up the panel. Go ahead, DL.
Right. And so all these things that we've been talking about here tonight, and again, thank you, Suzette, for having me on. I was really looking forward to this. It really was. That gives all the leverage to top tier men. All of the leverage. Ladies, if you're thinking you're gonna sex him up to a point, a top tier guy, you're gonna sex him up to a point where you're like, I'm invaluable because I bring sex to the table. No, he got way too many options. He's out there getting craziness all over the world. Like if you think you over here in Tampa, Florida, and you gonna sex Uncle Saint up, I've been over in South Korea.
All right.
But I'm just saying, it's wildness out there, stuff that I didn't even think of that's going on out there. Yes. Just to make it a point, when you're dealing with top tier guys, they have all kind of options and they move. So it seems to me that women are willing to be alone to the point where they're willing to stay alone until the end comes, and that is horrible. That is horrible.
We can tell you 10 times. I love this name, Ungundele Odogbo. Says, it's funny. Men explain this to women multiple times and they still won't accept it. Listen, we're listening. DL, look at that part about Black women. I'm sorry I missed it. Let me think. Oh, I see Rolo Tomasi's name come up. would be a great guest. You know what? I'm nervous.
I'm working on that. I'm working on Rolo. I mean,
Yeah.
Rolo's a good guy. I mean,
I've seen him
he's
on Dr. Thunder. Dr. Thunder had him.
yeah. I'm working on Rolo for you. Because there's a few people I would love you to talk to. Because I would love to have Rolo on right now. To be honest with you.
Yeah, he would just destroy my nice little blue pill.
He would just give you more numbers. I mean, he's a numbers guy. He's a numbers
He would
guy.
make me feel like, all right. So I'm gonna drop the link one more time. Okay, I see you in the back. The link is working now. I see you in the back. So shout out to Dr. Speaking of Dr. Thunder, come through. I know you just spoke to Mr. Tomasi, and got a one-on-one with him. Paying my respects. Gotta get you on the case closed panel. Yes, I know you do it mostly Sundays. And my trainer just told me I need to do one more workout day. Punch in the air right now, but we're going to get right for the summer. But I'm so excited. We're going to have a fantastic panel. Everybody ready? So, Hayoka, you don't have to show your face, but please flash it for me. Hey, Miss AKA Lady, how are you?
Miss AKA Lady, salute.
Kanardak, what's going on? Mandra, what's going on? Hayoka, flash your face for me.
Hey, everyone.
And then you can stay. Okay, I see you. I know you're real. So you can stay uncovered or covered up now. Thank you again for the love, Dr. Thunder, and congrats on that big interview with Rolo. That was huge. And he mentioned it on the Fresh and Fit when he went on the, what's it called? Like the Avengers Assembles one?
Well, Rolo's been on all of them. There was an Avengers symbol, but you didn't see that. You saw the Justice League. I need to give you a break. Yes. I need to give you a break. So the Avengers one is one I want you to watch. It's completely different than what you already seen. But I've been giving you a break because you did see.
I don't know if I can take so much of the red pill over there, but okay.
I got to give it to you a little bite size.
And I see Emerson, you keep coming up and dropping down. So as soon as you come back, I don't know if it's your connection or what. So we're going to do ladies first, if you don't mind, guys. Truth about hypergamy. So, Miss AKA Lady, what are your thoughts on the conversation tonight?
Hey, good evening, everyone. Good evening. I just wanted to first show some love to my two favorite people in the whole space. I love watching both of you guys. Y'all are definitely my favorite commentators.
Thank you.
But
thank you.
I had a question. Well, first of all, I agree with you, Suzette. I do believe that you can be a certain way in an office and come home and be completely different. Nobody's one thing. Nobody's
Stop laughing, Mandrell. Let her get her point across. Go ahead.
It's funny how men are telling women these things, but when women try to tell you about them, it's like, no, shut up, you don't know what you're talking about. It's not true. It's like it only goes one way with men. But I know how the manosphere works. So let me just roll back a little bit.
I know when we say it, you don't believe us, but we are supposed to believe when you say it because that's what's being said. But okay, we're gonna have a difference of opinion with respect. So
yeah,
I agree.
They believe that if you don't agree with them, then you don't understand them. And I don't agree with that type of thought process. But my question is, so women traditionally do the majority of housework, the majority of child rendering, the majority of homekeeping, just turning a house into a home for the majority. From my experience, I can't say most because I know y'all are statistics and I don't have the statistics on it.
Yes. Okay.
But I would say like a lot of men struggle in the romance department, right? So if I am doing the majority of the housework, the majority of the child rendering, the majority of everything around the house, and I'm making the most money, and you still not giving me what I need as a woman, am I wrong for at least wanting to get something out of the situation? Because men always, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. So when you're saying most men struggle in a romantic side, you're saying most men find it difficult to find an interested suitor or interested partner. You're thinking most men, you mean in lovemaking kind of way?
Yeah, I mean like on a day-to-day basis, right? Like when you come home, like it's one thing to have like grand gestures when you're taking a woman out to a date. But what happens when you're 2-3 years into the relationship and you're at the house? Are you still coming home and bringing flowers? Are you still being nice to your woman? Are you just kind of just, I make the money, I'm the man, so I'm gonna go sit down while you do everything else? But the problem is when a woman is making all the money and she still has to do all that other stuff, it does become a little bit of resentful. I do get a little bit like, man, like I'm doing way too much around here. And that's kind of how it feels. But when you say that out loud, it's like you asking for too much. You need to lower your standards. Stop thinking that you want something. I'm a man. Nobody wants Black women. Y'all are the least desired women on the whole. How am I supposed to listen to anybody who tells me I'm the least desired? Who I am as a person is innately unattractive because I know that relationships have a high failure rate. So I will not put myself in a position to depend on a man's wallet, knowing that at any point in time, this thing could end and leave me without what? Just to say I was submissive? If a man can't accept me protecting my man should, like every relationship I've been in, the man that I've been with was happy with me protecting myself. And financial security is a way of protecting myself. And if I can't depend on a man for it, why does it make me unattractive? Because I want to go out there and take care of myself no matter what.
Or at least exercise that option. Because if he does make enough money, we shouldn't, quote, have to, but give you the option if that's what you so choose to do. Who would like to respond?
Well, the thing is, the money that you make doesn't make you unattractive. It's what comes with it.
Like
typically, when a woman makes that kind of money, she does get the big head, and she does try to swing her wallet around at you in your face. Now, I've never dated a woman who made more money than me, but you know, I've seen colleagues, and they're in marriages, and I've seen this happen. You know, where the woman makes more money than them. And to answer your question about if you're making more money, but you still have to do housework and this, that, and the other, and the guy's still saying, well, I want to sit down, there's nuance to this, okay? So it depends on what you're doing, the two of you are doing for a living. If you're working a corporate job, I understand that the mental stress, it weighs on you. And yeah, you're tired when you get home. Absolutely. But if this guy's outside doing back-breaking work with his hands, understand he's mentally and physically tired. So you have to understand that guy's position as well. So when it comes to that, you have to really look at the nuance of it, you know, in terms of what the two of you are doing for a living. So, and also Suzette,
yes.
My man DL Saint is absolutely right. Kevin Samuels has been absolutely right. These guys are hitting bullseyes. What men are not telling you that you're wrong.
Right.
We're telling you that, ladies, we're telling you what we are experiencing with you. This is what you are actively doing.
Can I ask a question?
And we're telling you this is what you're actively doing. But the pushback, that's why I think that's where red pill came from. That's what gave birth to it. Frustration. We're telling you what you're giving you the answers to the exam, but you still choose to fail even though you got the answer key. And we're telling you use the answer key while taking the exam, and you're like, okay, and it's sitting right there, and you just don't do it. I mean, that's where I think that's where it came from.
I understand what you're saying, and I guess the social constructs are beyond both of our control. Yeah. We have all, you know, gone to school because we were supposed to. We were all taken on an enormous amount of debt because we're supposed to. We've all, you know, moved up if we chose a corporate strategy. We've all tried to, you know, get a nice place to live, rent or own or whatever. And with those movements, especially in a circumstance where we're not all married, you know, we're all just, you know, fighting to survive.
I don't think women want to be married, particularly Black women, and particularly to good men. And here's why. I'll give you an example. I've been on dates with women.
Shots fired. There are people that can say that for Black men.
You're not built for it. Okay, here's why I say that. I've been on dates with women, several of them, and they're all Black women. And I've been told to my face, I don't see you being with a Black woman. Why do you? And they're like, why do you like Black women? Another chick asked me, why do you like Black women?
A Black woman asked you why you like Black women.
Yeah, and I'm on a date. I'm like, I'm on a date with you. What you talking about?
Where you getting these chicken heads from, bruh? Are these real Black women?
These are professional women. These are professional women with corporate jobs, making really good money.
Working at where? Foot Locker, Chick-fil-A?
No, Work for Chick-fil-A. No, one of them worked for a bank. Okay. Another one was an accountant. I've dated a couple of attorneys.
And these people ask you why you want black women as black women?
Yeah, they asked me.
Where you at, New Orleans?
I see you with. I was in Atlanta. I was living in Atlanta at the time. So I see you with a white woman. No. Don't get a white woman. An Asian.
And they're
Get an
telling
Asian
you
girl.
this.
And they're telling me this on a date.
Something is wrong.
On a date. I'm like, yo, what?
I don't know what's going on, but something is wrong with this.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, Suzette. We're talking about this stuff here also, but there's something deeper going on here. Because it seems like even when women, and I got friends, solid dudes, fantastic income, just all around good guys, right? And they're having the same kind of problems. And I've talked to several other guys. A couple of my friends are millionaires, deca millionaires, and they told me they've been told the same thing. I'm like, you know what?
Mandro,
I went through the same thing. And so,
utmost respect, with all the black women that's looking for men in Atlanta, it's hard to imagine black women telling you don't date other black
when
women.
they find them, Suzette, they have no clue what to do. They're lost. It's like they don't know what to do.
Let me give Mr. Hayoka. All right, thank you, Mandrell. Let me get Mr. Hayoka involved. Sir, you were very busy in the chat. Thank you for coming up. What are your thoughts tonight?
I was thinking that in relationship to the woman's statement earlier, that you might come home from work and you might have to take care of the kids and everything, but if something breaks, who do you look for to take care of it? I mean, ideally, one of the things that is really funny is that as a group, women don't build anything. Everything around you is built by men, from your phones, your cars, your houses. If the roof breaks in, who does it? So I'm not saying that in your individual situation that might not be pertinent, but I'm saying to you that the average African-American woman makes $41,500 a year. Okay.
Yes.
And so the only way that you get intergenerational wealth for your children is to have a man of comparable standards. At least between the two of you, you might be making $85,000, $90,000 a year.
Understood.
So
yes.
If you're taking care of the kids and you don't have a man, the prospect is that it costs $250,000 per child from 1 to 18.
Got it. Mm-hmm.
So you're looking at poverty without a man. So you might have issues with a man, but it doesn't change the fact that you have to deal with that as an issue.
Okay, so you're saying just on the bare statistics as far as what it costs to raise a child, what an average black woman makes, it doesn't make sense not to be married.
Well, $250,000 per child?
Yes, from birth to 18. I understand that, but I'm just saying this is where I kind of and I think, Mandrell, I don't know you, but I think you would be, very upfront with what your experiences are. That's why I'm like, most people. I can't make any assumptions. I will validate what you
go ahead.
What Mandrell just said. Kenarda, can I get you involved? What are some of your experiences with hypergamy, or what kind of feedback you want to give us on tonight's conversation?
Well, I love the conversation. Everything DL is saying is right. Men don't have a problem with hypergamy. We accept it and we understand it. I think the bigger thing to think about is there's a stat, I don't know where it comes from, but it mentions that we're going to have more single women by 2030 than at any point in human history.
Exactly.
And it relates to this hypergamous situation. I even think that we may end up having more Ziona Chanas in the U.S. I don't know if you're familiar with this man.
What does that mean?
Ziona Chana is a man who passed in 2021. He had 39 wives, he has 94 children, and 36 grandkids. You're going to have more situations like that, where you have a high earning man with multiple women. That's going to be the situation because you don't have enough. You're going to have a lot of single women, basically. We're headed for a crisis.
So we're going to have to share? Is that what you're saying?
You're going to have to if you want the higher earners.
Well, yes, if you want the higher earners. And look at what's going on now with poly and all this other kind of stuff. You have women who are going out there saying this is what I want, and they're slowly becoming one of those things that is becoming the norm. If you want these top tier guys, if you want a 1% guy, you're probably gonna have you're gonna have to share him at least sexually. Now, does that mean that he wants multiple wives? No, and that's another conversation. But But to what Miss AK Lady was saying, and like I said, shout out to you, love, because you are definitely a real one. But I wanted to push back a little bit onto what you were talking about, and I'm listening to what you're saying, and I agree with everything you're saying. I'm like, yo, it sounds like to me you got the wrong one, right? It sounds like if you're with a man, and I don't like Brother Hayoki was saying, well, or no, I think it was you, brother below me, was saying that, yeah, Brother Mandrell was saying, well, if he's out there doing backbreaking work, this, down the third. I'm going on the thing that he's doing, like he's working in air conditioning, like you working in air conditioning. You get home second, and he's sitting around with the kids, and there's diapers to be changed, and there's food, dinner need to be put on, and he's looking at you like, you better get in there and make that happen, woman. If that's the guy you chose, sorry. You know what I mean? Because I'm a single dad. I take care of everything for my daughter. I've taken care of my brothers and sisters. I know how to cook. If I'm with a woman and she is who I want, I get home first. Of course, I'm gonna take care of her. I don't care what I'm doing. I don't care how much I make. Right? I'm going to, I hate to use the word reward, but I'm gonna make sure that my significant other understands that I truly love and appreciate her. She's never gonna have to sit around and be like, how come we don't go anywhere nice? You're always gonna go somewhere nice. So-and-so got a bag, so-and-so got a Gucci bag. I don't have a Gucci bag because I got you a Louis bag. Gucci is trash. That's the kind of dude I am, but you got to earn that. And if you got a guy who's not handling his business as a man, which includes taking care of his wife, taking care of those needs without being told, hey, I'm like, love, I think you might have chose the wrong one. There is a such thing as Mr. Mom. Like, men know how to take care of kids, especially when it comes to cleaning. I have yet to meet a woman who can clean better than me. I haven't met one.
Same here.
I haven't met one.
In a nutshell, you're talking about quality control.
Yes.
And the thing is, also,
go ahead, Mandrell. Go ahead.
Yeah. What I giggled about is when you were saying that you can be a different person when you get home. I'm telling you, you may not notice it, but I guarantee you, some of that is at work, it bleeds over into your home life. It has no choice but to. You're human. It's been years since I was in the military. I was in the Army, same as him, and I've been in therapy for years, and I'm still flushing stuff out. So there's no way to properly compartmentalize work and home completely. Some of it's going to overlap.
Yeah, because it's funny, Suzette.
I want to know what the solution is then. Because I'm trying to understand what we're doing. So I'm working my job, or whatever, pulling my, weight, paying my bills, whatever. I meet you, Mandrell. Mm-hmm. We decide to come together. Right. We make equal or thereabout. You going to stop me from working now so you can have a peaceful house?
No. The thing is,
what's the plan?
Okay, sometimes I'm going to cook, sometimes you're going to cook. We're both responsible for that. I live there too, so I got to clean sometimes. We're both responsible for that. I live there too. I can't put all of that on you. Now, you're talking about guys who are multimillionaires and billionaires. Their wives don't work.
That's not. I don't like because most of us not going to get that. Most of us, that's the dream. If we're both
working, I got to go cut grass. I got to pressure wash the house. I got to get your car washed. You're supposed to take care of your woman, fellas.
But are you going to stop me from working because you say I'm going to come home too masculine?
How much? How much more we'll have if we both work? Why would I stop you from doing that? This is
what I'm getting at. So what?
But we're not
even doing that. That's insane.
So are we in a circle now? Because I know you guys say we don't want you to work.
Because you're not talking about the top tier.
I prefer to be able to provide you with enough resources to where where work is an option. You don't have to work. You know what I'm saying? Go start a nonprofit or something, or go find a hobby or whatever.
Or YouTube.
Yeah, that too. Or YouTube. You know what I mean? That's the ideal.
So your money got to be long, hence the hypergamy.
But
I have no problem with hypergamy. My money ain't short. But you know what I'm saying?
But remember one thing though, Suzette. Let's not conflate the two things.
Tell me.
This episode, we're talking about who hypergamy and who do the women really want. Now we're talking about top 20. And like I said, we're really talking about the top 1%.
Right.
That top 1% dude does not want you working.
That's a different guy. That's a different dude.
What Brother Mandrell is talking about, I put myself in the bottom 80. Once I stopped working, I stopped as an air traffic controller, my income went down considerably. I'm in the bottom 80.
Right.
Right. When you're talking about finances and all that kind
But
of
it's
stuff.
not bottom. We gotta be.
This is the 80%. Call it what you want to call it.
Yes, 80%.
I'm not in the
'Cause
top
words
tier.
matter, and it's like bottom 80.
But it doesn't matter to
That's
men.
everybody.
But here's the thing. Those words don't matter to men. Every man on this panel just said the same thing. We understand and accept this. We get it. We're not the ones saying you got to have this bread, you got to do this, you got to do that. We're not saying I got to be with a woman who has potential. Nah, we ain't on that.
This
Even
is
with
where
money.
I'm not talking about the millionaire and billionaire man. I'm talking about the 80% is really what
Then
I'm talking about.
you can find the guy, but again, back to Sister Miss AK
What
Lady.
puts us in the 80%? Real quick. Like,
Say
what's the
again?
income? What's the
He
cap?
was talking about
income
somebody
cap
got
for
an
the
old
80%?
yellow kitchen phone ring.
Because women normally talk. I would.
What's that? What's the number?
Oh,
Let's say those. Well, it's really like the 85%. Let's say 100 people who make individual who earn $100,000 or more are in the top 15% of Americans. So everyone below that. So let's go. So and again, you can make the numbers however you want. It's just easier.
Really, 80% of people make less than a.
Oh
less than
yes, majority of people don't.
80%.
It depends on where you live.
Yes, but again, we're talking about median income. If you make over $100,000 a year, that puts you in the top 15% of earners individually. You got to understand the average household income is $120,000 a year.
Yeah,
Household,
with 2 people,
two or more. Now they're doing that with 3.
Can I jump in on that point? That's the one thing that I see that I kind of like don't agree with when it comes to looking for a man, because if you're looking for a man purely based on salary, that's such an arbitrary number. I'm in finance, so to answer your comment earlier about my work following me home, yes, my work does follow me home in a way, in a helpful way. However, every man that I've been with, and this is not me bragging, their pockets have grown from being with me. And that's just based on the knowledge that I have from my job that I bring home to help them. So my career is helpful, but what I also wanted to say as far as
Mandrell don't want it. You don't want it, Mandrell.
Don't want what?
It's okay. It's
no. Here's the thing.
But I want to finish my point real quick. I want to
go ahead.
Real quick. The one thing I was saying about a man who makes $75,000 that knows how to manage his money can have way more money than a man who makes 6 figures that blows through his paycheck every month. It's not about the salary. It's about the mentality of responsibility that a man carries. So if you're only looking at what he brings in on a check basis and you're not checking anything else, I think that was my point earlier, is that there's so much more to this whole thing than money. I've been married. I've been in extremely long relationships. I know what it's like to get to that 7th year. I know what it's like to get to that 5th year. I've done that more than once. And those times get more difficult when money really don't make a difference. I promise I don't know how women are, but I know for me, it would be hard for me to get 7 years into a relationship and still being starstruck by your wallet. At that point, it doesn't make that much of a difference. Now I'm worried about the day-to-day interaction. And then my last point, when men say that when something breaks around the house, they fix it. My response to that is yes, that is very true. However, that happens like once every so often. The dishes, the kids, the housework, that is a day-to-day thing. To me, that is more exhausting when you're working 6 days a week versus having to fix something like once a month. And I think that a lot of guys don't hear that and understand that work is tiring, that work is tough. And that's really just only for people who really get deep into that relationship. I'm not talking about the dating. I'm not talking about just the courting. I'm talking about when you're deep in the trenches with somebody. There's so much more to it than money. And like I said, if you got a little bit of change, you can make some big changes, you know what to do with it. Well, it's not always about the salary.
Great points. Go ahead.
Can I say this?
Go ahead.
As a man whose wife hasn't worked in the last 20 years, in relationship to what you're talking about, this is why I tell my wife, listen, you don't have to do anything that you don't want to do. So if she wants to do something, it's fine. If she doesn't want to do it, it's fine. For me, my needs, as long as she takes care of my needs, I'm fine. I'm one of you know, that 15% that you were talking about, DL? I'm one of the 15%.
Am I gonna get in your business and ask you, did you marry a black person?
Of course.
You married a black woman?
Of course.
Are you from Atlanta? No, just kidding.
No.
Only teasing.
No.
Because they
I'm in
telling other
listen,
brothers in Atlanta to go marry other people.
It's
I'm
it's
only
a thing,
teasing. I'm only
Suzette.
teasing.
No, it's cool.
But I'm okay. So when you met her, I'm getting in your business because I'm trying to understand. Was she working at Chick-fil-A?
God, no. Actually, she wasn't working at all. She was staying with family.
Okay. Was she working at Foot Locker? No, just kidding.
No, I didn't worry about that.
So she wasn't working at all. Is there a big age difference between the two of you?
5 years.
That's not a lot. Okay. And did she have a degree or education of any kind?
No. Not beyond high school. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
She fine?
Oh, yeah.
And
Oh,
you just
totally.
took her and you said, don't work and we're going to make this life happen.
At first, I wanted her to work. But when it got to the point where if it was tossed between working and non-working, if she didn't want to work, I wasn't tripping over it. I've gone from figure like this. I have 3 kids.
Mm-hmm.
So I've raised them all. Okay. And for me, as far as needing her to do anything, she takes care of my every need. She anticipates what I want.
A good woman does that. You're welcome.
I appreciate it.
But I'm just saying, you don't have to not have any, thing going on to do that. But I hear you. So she is the ultimate version of hypergamy then.
Oh, totally. She would tell you like this: if it was a toss up between going to work and staying home, she would stay at home.
I think all of us, if we could do that, Miss AKA lady, would you stay home? Would you go to work? If I could YouTube, I'd stay home.
I'd be working just because I need something different. And
then being at home 24/7.
Yeah, I'm not a homebody. I'm somebody I gotta do something every day.
You're in finance, right?
Yeah, I'm in finance.
Yeah. See,
it's not backbreaking work. You know what I mean?
See, here's the thing.
It's mental work.
Like, and this is anecdotal, right? I'll admit that. But for me, that's why I go for professional women like that, like someone in finance or an accountant or an attorney like yourself. I mean, I have businesses. I'm going to need legal counsel. I'm going to need legal counsel. So for my businesses, you will work for me and see to all
this.
That's
what I'm saying. That is helpful. A woman is a helpmate.
Yeah, you come. No. Yeah. Quit your job. Come over here. Okay. No, if you're not working for me, I would want you to quit that job because I don't want you to be filled up with working for another company, and then, hey, I need help with this over here. With my and this affects our household. I don't want you to be, overwhelmed with work.
Can I say to that? Can I say to that?
Bring like new people into the conversation, Kanarda, and the favorite network is here, and Mr. Gooden as well. But go ahead, respond.
Just really quick, I do agree with that. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you talking?
No, yes, go ahead.
I agree with that. Like you can create businesses, you can birth businesses in a relationship. And that's why I think that having 2 people that can contribute mentally to a situation is helpful. You know what I'm saying? It's not necessarily a bad thing all the time. It's a lot of, it can be helpful.
And the thing is, I think the driving force the element that people are missing is ladies, if you want that 1% guy or a guy in the top 15% or top 20%, you got to catch him before he makes it there. You got to catch him. That's why I tell people, I even told my sister, never date potential. That's trash. You date trajectory. You ask him, you meet a guy, you ask him, what does he want to do? Is he doing it now? No. Well, then find out what he did in the past to get there. What's he currently doing right now to get to his goal? That's his trajectory. And if he's on his way to his goal, all well and good. Dive in, see where it goes. But potential, that's anything.
Agreed.
That's nothing,
Agreed.
But and ladies, when you catch those guys when they reach their goal, you're gonna have to acquiesce a lot. Because he's went through so much to get there.
Right.
You're hardly going to be able to tell him anything. You know what I mean?
I agree with that.
And for the chat, Suzette, I put another link in the private chat there.
I did. I just shared it. The census.
The census. And you know what? You guys are right. Thanks for catching me. That's why I love doing these kind of things. I did throw out the wrong number out there. You're right. That according to the census.gov, the median household income in 2020 was $67,521.
Sounds more
household
accurate.
Income?
Household.
Yeah, household. That's the median. That's the median household income. And I may have quoted the average or something like that. What I did was I took the average income and I doubled it in my mind. So, but no, this is why I love doing this kind of things. This is why these kind of conversations are so helpful, because if you can't show your work, right? If you just out there talking crazy talk,
we get to kind of question. I like the chat too. The chat's on fire.
But I had
Frank, and then go ahead and miss the favorite network. Go ahead, DL.
I had something for Miss AK Lady. What you're talking about is adding value, and when you delve into the RP side of the internet, when you do see these guys who are talking, these guys who have made it, these guys who put in the work, they have these traits that women find attractive. Women are always thinking like, well, he only wants some cute bimbo or some bar girl or some whatever. Nah, he wants the woman that adds value. And Miss AK Lady, I would argue that you add tremendous value, especially with your background in finance. If you can show a top 1% guy how he can just make a couple moves and earn an additional $1.5 million, which is just, right, it's just debits and credits. It's just moving stuff around. He's definitely going to keep you around. Now, does that mean he's going to be monogamous? That's a different conversation. But he's definitely going to keep you in the number one slot because you add value. He can't not necessarily live without you, but you've made yourself invaluable to him. He wanted to keep you there. You're the goose that laid golden eggs. He don't care if you're
he wants that, because some of y'all sound like he don't even want that. He want peace and quiet and a hot cooked meal when he get home. And he don't want to hear. He don't want to hear nothing about his business. He want his dove. So
1%ers are like that. We're talking about guys.
But I'm talking about 80%ers. Let's get out.
Oh yeah, them guys. I mean,
80%ers gonna want you to help. Kenarda, go ahead. What are your thoughts?
15%
I'm gonna bring you right
now.
up in a second.
I just 15% is do too now. I want to be a 1%er. You gonna make me one?
Exactly right.
If you can make me one, yeah, let's do it.
Doesn't it all come down to choosing better?
Yeah,
making better choices. That's what it really comes down to on either side. For women, putting out better choosing signals and a screening process that's a little lengthier. And then for men, continuing to strive and improve. I think there's a rising bubble that's happening right now here in the 2020s. And I think discussions like this are going to flip it. I can't stay on for too much longer, but think about this. The manosphere does not exist if there is no issue at all. It doesn't exist. Kevin Samuels doesn't exist. Fresh and Fit doesn't exist. Rolo Tomasi, none of these cats will exist if there isn't an issue. And I think the conversation is needed, but you definitely have to stay open.
Understood. I value your opinion, as always. And thank you for coming through. Go ahead, Frank. Frank, thank you again. Kenarda, check out his channel. Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah.
Frank, what say you?
So, yeah, I'll actually piggyback a little bit on that. Can you guys hear me clearly?
Yes, we're good. Go ahead.
Great. I'm calling in because I want to talk a little bit about the notion of being able to turn it off, when you're high achieving. That's why I called in, but I'm going to go to that second because I want to piggyback a little bit. It's easy to say, it really is easy for us to say we need to choose better. The issue is that on both sides, we don't really know how to choose better. And there's a lot of things that are kind of going on in terms of how we choose that we should not be considering that are weighing more heavily than they should be on both sides. And so it's real easy to say we should choose better. But the reality of the situation is that right now, in this day and age, we're just not, and part of what—
give us examples, what we shouldn't be choosing on, what we should be choosing on.
So, for example, just like I'm on Match right now. So on Match, you part of what happens on Match is, on these dating sites, is you initially, and this is not even just online, this is in real life, you initially just go by how physically attractive somebody is.
Yep.
And we place a little bit too much weight on, and this is, again, both sides, on physical attraction. And if you are seeking to, choose a mate that you want to spend the rest of your life with, then one of the first things you got to understand is that looks are going to fade over time at some point, and you better be spending your life with somebody who is your best friend, who has these qualities that you're looking for. And what we do is we place that somewhere down on the totem pole. We don't put it up top.
Truth.
You know, and this is both sides. Not saying that everybody does that, because everybody don't, you know, and so we have, but most of us, the majority of us, we're looking at it, you know, so that's just one example. And shout out to the AKA A5A over here.
Yes.
Oh, they talking that fraternity talk. Look out.
Okay, so Frank, so get back to business now, Frank. Now, what you got to say about people who can't turn it on and off now? What you got to say?
So part of the reason why I think you and Miss AK might not necessarily be vibing into this notion as much as what we're saying it is,
as
like
what
you're kind of disagreeing
yes.
with it, is because we haven't taken the time to really explain what kind of females these are and who you have to be in order to be this super or uber high achieving in the workforce type of person. These women are not just quote unquote masculine, just to be masculine per se. These types of women are highly intelligent. They are assertive. Part of the reason why they get to where they got to where they are is because they are right, because they actually are better. You know, they make better decisions. These particular women, they make
good brain.
Their track record, right? And so they have a track record of constantly being the person to have the best ideas, to be the most responsible, to come up with the best course of action. They make the best decisions. And so you're talking about, you know, the 1 percentile, I guess, of achievement when you're talking about people who are like the superintendents or the CEOs or who happen to be women.
Right.
Well, these ladies, because they are so high achieving, it's tough on them to find, number one, a counterpart who is just as you know, has that same acumen.
Smart, dynamic, yep.
The whole thing, because that's period, you know, and it will be the same way if the dynamic is reversed. But when they're looking for, you know, so when we get into this, well, they meet somebody and then they get with the person and now they're married and now typically they don't get that far because they have trouble even meeting the person who they can end up even marrying, spending the rest of their life with. It didn't even get that far.
Issue of hypergamy, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
And so what DL is doing work. What he was trying to show is that these so-called masculine traits, which many of them are, you know, because leadership, you know, these things are this side of it, you tend to associate with the masculine, you know, leadership, having vision. You tend to associate these with the masculine side. Not saying that you can't have vision being feminine.
And not to say every man is not a leader.
Right.
Exactly.
So, but what we're getting at, and what DL is saying is that these types of women, they are who they are. And part of the reason why they got to where become such high achieving is because they are so there is no now changing to be someone else, quote unquote, more feminine when you are, quote unquote, at home. There's no changing that. They are who they are. They've gotten to be that way because of all of the struggles that they have gone through, always excelling academically, doing all the things that you needed to do in order to rise. And
so you're saying those women are inherently not lovable?
No. See. So I'm going to stop there. Let me, because this is what Suzette does a lot. Suzette, this part, you take kind of the opposite way. No. You take what we're saying and then you go completely left all the way to the end. And you do it often, and you make us try to argue against that. No one being lovable has absolutely nothing at all to do with the kind of person that you may be in terms of if you are articulate, high achieving, blah, 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 blah. Has nothing to do with that. But that's what you did.
I'm building up because you're building up to how great they are, but how not desirable they are for the same reason.
No, and see, here's the thing. I never said anything about not desirable. So,
okay, so I'm
let
asking
me,
what your point is. I get
right.
you. I get you. Go with
Can
me.
I jump in real
Let
quick?
me slow down and let me let you do work. So let me.
Yeah, I want to finish this real quick, and I want you to jump in, but I don't want you to take this left because this one point we have to drill down on it for them to really understand it. We can't fly over it and talk about other things. Mm-hmm. What happens is, see, I'm a professor, and so I date a lot, or I have dated and been in relationships with many females who are high achieving and earn more money than me because I'm in Florida and there's a whole lot of different things. And I teach at the University of North Florida, let everybody know all that. I don't mind. And what happens is that I have experience with these types of personality types, and these types of personality types do not turn it off. Now, you have to be, as an individual, someone who is secure in who you are in that kind of relationship with somebody in order to not incorrectly interpret these types of things. Oh, you too masculine. Oh, you just want to be, because these are highly capable people. But what happens is often that same nature of being the person who is actually smarter than everybody else in the room or makes the better decisions than everybody else in the room, often they don't leave room in the normal, the male female relationship for a guy to be who they are. And so instead it's not a turning it off. And we're not saying every single woman does it. And I'm certainly not saying that people like you, Suzette, do it, because you're a sweetheart and you can't, it's clear. Maybe you too.
Although I give you red herrings, apparently.
It's just really clear that you all are having
difficulty
in even identifying with who that type of woman is.
Yes, I can't. Clearly, I can't. Clearly, I can't.
And so because of that, you're rejecting.
And I receive that they exist. I receive that.
Yeah.
But I can't identify because I don't know that. I can't. And I'm hearing you, and you're saying I've dated, I've seen, I've done, and I know that personality type exists.
Yes,
I hear you, and I'm trying to kind of come to terms with that in my mind because I know so many women myself who are all professional and top dogs or whatever, and they take care of their men. They're, from what I see, their men look happy. They are able to kind of do both, and walk and chew gum, take care of the finance, take care of this, that, and then come home and be, culturally what we're defining as feminine. I see that, and I've seen it work. So I guess I do have a kind of a hard time. You are telling me the truth. I know you're telling me what exists. I'm not saying it. I'm not denying it doesn't exist. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying, I guess for me, in my own experience, in my life, in my circles, I cannot necessarily say, oh yeah, that's what I see all the time, because that's not what I see all the time. But you might see it all the time, and I receive that. I receive it. I receive it. I see your point here. Chris Johnson says, if my woman can shoot a gun better, I want her aiming at the crew coming in the house, not just me. I appreciate the metaphor. Hi, Miss Globe Girl says, where does it come from? Where does it say leadership is connected only to masculinity? You got to ask the guys that. Where does this belief come from?
We're not saying
I'm just reading the comments. I'm just reading the comments.
We're talking about traditionally what the role of the male is, or let's say husband, because we're just going to give it from male, female, in the household. We're talking traditional values now. No one is saying that somehow women are incapable of being leaders. It's not. Yeah. That's not the case. They absolutely are. It's just that, in fact, it goes to what was just mentioned. A wise man will understand exactly what everything that their wife will bring to the table, and will be like, hey, I'm going to sit back. It's clear that you are better at such and such, that you are let me sit back and let it happen. And then I will do what, and
you do you, and we're going to do it together. And Dow says, Ace Butterfly, those Asian Indian female doctors stay feminine with their men. So if they can do it, why we can't do it? It's their culture to stay feminine with their men.
Well, it's not that you can't do it. It's just when it comes to our women, they typically don't do it for whatever reason.
And we're not saying all. We're not saying all.
I'm receiving.
Can I ask you a question on that?
Sure. Hey, Faye, yes, go ahead.
I think a lot of the resistance comes because the argument is presented as someone telling you how you are.
Yeah,
someone
I get it. And I'm
telling you
trying to
what
remove
you
myself
do.
from it and
And
hear what my brothers
yeah.
are saying.
Right.
I
It's
hear
not
you.
personal.
But my question is, well, my question to you, Suzette, do you experience when you're dating that men bring that energy to you? Like you're going to
100%.
be
Assumption.
masculine.
It
Yes.
hurts.
And don't you, okay, so my question to the men, because I've experienced that too. Don't you think that that mentality that you have bringing it into a relationship can mess up the dynamic as opposed to
I
just
told
being
Uncle
open
Sudem
to who you're being with?
Sorry
But
to interrupt. I told Uncle
Mhm.
Sudem last night. I get because I have taught classes. I'll tell people at a bar I'm a teacher, and I get a whole different man. I get a whole different man than if I say I'm an attorney, and I'm the same person.
oh well, here's what that is, Suzette. I mean,
Mm.
if you say you're an attorney, his guard's up. You know what I'm saying? Because his from either from his personal experience or from what he's told, attorneys can be very aggressive and
That's what I'm
stand off.
saying. And
And
what
like
you
if you
saying?
approach an
He don't even get
attorney,
no.
well, it's like it's like some attorneys, like you have to you out on the first date, and they present themselves as if you have to prove something to them. I'm just like, listen, I'm just here to meet you. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, what's this all about?
But
And
it
so
goes
some
back
Hey,
to
lady, no, I hear you. I was talking to this guy at a bar. This is a while ago, and my friend was like, "Oh, he said you weren't interested. You're an attorney," and I was like, I was trying to pull teeth and like ask him what he's doing and where he's from and trying to get to know him. But I felt that I was kind of stereotyped and boxed in quickly before I even got a chance to kind of like rap with him.
I
And
mean,
I
it-
yeah,
think from that
it-
experience, I typically don't lead with that. I don't even mention what I do.
right, and that's the importance of not bringing past experiences into new relationships. I deal with everybody I meet, no matter the gender, like one person at a time. You know what I mean? So
Can
I'll
I
go out
ask
on
you a
it. So
question? Do you really believe that?
believe what?
Because from hearing, and I don't mean any offense to this, but
Oh no,
from
no, no, go ahead.
hearing your conversation, it kind of feels like you have the opposite approach. It's like you have an assumption about certain women based on what you said in this conversation that I could see it difficult for you to be open for real to
Oh,
a
I see
new
what you're
woman
saying.
without bringing that in. Because just based on what you said, it kind of feels like
I
you're
know.
coming
Let me
from
explain that. What it is,
Objection. No, just kidding.
what it is that what it is that I mean, I don't take things that people say on the panel personally, and when I'm here on panels, I'm speaking in the general. Like, and this is a different conversation that I'll be having on a date. If I'm on a date with a person, I fully understand that's a completely different person. This just might be the one.
Right.
I mean, it might sound goofy to some people, but I don't care. That's just how I am. This person might be the one. Why blow it on some BS? Because of something somebody did to me, however long ago. You know what I mean? I don't take. It's just like, I mean, like, I'm just telling you my experiences. Yeah, I experienced that, but it hasn't damaged me. A black women telling
Yeah,
me,
don't do that what the Atlanta black women told you to do and get no.
yeah,
I
go get
want
a
to get
white
the
woman.
bottom
Go
row
get a white.
involved.
But
But me, the thing is, I laughed at that. I thought it was hilarious.
And these were normal people without any psychological problems.
I don't know about the psychological problems. They might have them. I don't know. But I mean,
That sounds crazy to me.
it was the craziest thing to me. I laughed at it, and I don't think that if you and I were going on a date, I'm not going to think that you're going to approach me that way or think
That's
that.
pretty damn funny.
But Suzette,
Why would I? You
Real
know
quick,
what I'm
and then I
saying?
need to get Seattle Black Veteran in the building, Auntie Faye in the building. I want to get them involved. Go ahead, DL, and then I'm gonna go to someone new. Go ahead.
so Suzette, what you said, right? With that scenario, you got these guys who come up to you and like, well, if I tell them I'm a teacher or I work at McDonald's, you know what I mean, they're more eager to talk to you. I think it says more to that man if indeed he is intimidated by the fact that you're an attorney. Me, it works the opposite way. Right? If you tell me, you know what I'm saying, you a bottle girl at Live, or you know what I'm saying, you doing whatever, like, you know what, I work part-time as a bottle girl on yacht boats. The way I'm gonna come at that woman is way different than the way I'm gonna come at you. And on the one case, I'm looking to do something tonight. And in the other case, I'm like, oh, this might be someone I want to get to know to see what's going on. So it has everything. You're in the bar. So a dude is like, man, I ain't looking for that right now, man. She ain't on this program. Possibly. I'm just throwing that out there as a possibility.
And experiences, and I see in the chat, experiences our teacher. I want to get Auntie Feifei in the building, and I want to get the Seattle Black Veteran involved. Chris says, RIP Kev Sam said, men want women to keep their stomach full, balls empty, and be quiet. That's a mute, cook, beep. I don't want that. Frank, also in the chat, I love on the panel and in the chat, we are a product of our experiences, which has everything to do with why we aren't seeing it differently. Hallelujah. Learn Biz, been busy in the chat. Thank you. Definitely stereotypes and not openness. Okay, our opinion. So let's get that likes up. Can we get 100 likes, please? We're doing work here, guys, and we're hearing all these opinions. Agree, disagree. Try to remain open. And what do you have to say about tonight's conversation? Go ahead, Auntie Favy.
Good evening, everybody. My question, I have one for DL and one for Mandrell. Although on one hand, Brother DL said that all the men agree about the and accept the fact about hypergamy. But my question is, do you agree that your takeaway, the one thing that you would have ladies take away from it is the same? Mandrell mentioned that, and ironically, he said it as I was typing out the question. It would be, you have to get him on his way there. You don't wait until he gets to that point. And at the same time, he mentioned telling his sister or someone, don't date potential. So my question to DL is that also you're saying one takeaway you would get us to understand? And then I need Brother Mandrell to clarify that, because I was confused. At one point you said, don't wait until they get there. But then you said, don't date potential.
Okay.
Okay.
You want to clarify first, DL? Go ahead.
Yeah. So when it comes to hypergamy, right? Again, I didn't even think about this stuff until I tumbled down the RP rabbit hole, right? And and like most men, something happened that caused me to go down this hole. And once it came up, and I look at female dating strategy, I think again, hypergamy is a superior female dating strategy. I think it's far superior to the male dating strategy. However, it has to be done with some sort of realistic expectation. And what we're seeing now is a lack of that. As far as getting somebody on the way up and all that, sure, the younger you are, the better your chances of this thing working. Yeah, I get all that. But shout out to Rich Cooper. Rich Cooper says women wait at the finish line and they pick the winners. They're not, most women aren't trying to just jump in there and be with this guy, because and Rollo Tomasi says this, it's too big of a risk. Like, women only have that window to that fertility window and stuff like that to have a child, and all those kind of things that go into it. You're taking a big chance, literally throwing all your eggs in that basket. What if that guy falls short? What if that guy decides to try drugs, and next thing you know, he's hooked on the worst stuff ever? You put all that time and effort into that one dude. Now what are you gonna do? So I don't, Brother Mandrell, I like his take on it. I want to hear what he has to say as well. But as far as I go with hypergamy, women, be realistic about it, right? Just, you can't sit there and be like, I'm gonna get a .000000001 guy, right? You just can't say that. And if I don't, it's that or bust, right? And then you're gonna wind up, you know what I'm saying? I'm investing in Chewy right now. You're gonna make me more money because you're gonna have all these cats and dogs running around. So I hope that answers your question.
A lot of rabbits, apparently. Okay, Mandrell, go ahead and address it, and then we'll get the Seattle Black veteran. Emerson, I keep seeing you in the back and then dropping off. If you want to come up, we're going to go to about 10. So go ahead and come back up if you'd like. Go ahead, Mandrell.
All right. To clarify, you want me to clarify, don't wait for them to get there?
Yeah, you said two things that seem contrasting. Don't bet on potential, and then you use a different word. What did you say? Trajectory?
Date trajectory.
And then you said you got to catch him on the way up.
On his way there.
But Absolutely. It seemed like it might be contradictory to say don't date potential.
Potential is garbage. Don't even look at his potential.
Is that your question, Auntie Feifei? Is that what the question was?
So I thought he said, do not wait until they get there.
Okay. Absolutely.
And then I thought he said, but don't date potential.
I did say that.
I'm confused.
I said date trajectory. Get the word potential out of your dating vocabulary.
So tell us what you mean by trajectory. I think you explained it a little bit before.
I did.
But what does it mean?
Potential, like I said, potential. DL probably has the potential to be an astronaut. That's not likely to happen, though, is it? But if DL says, I want to open up a bakery, but he's been to he's gone downtown and started his LLC, declared an LLC, going to the bank to get a loan, looking online, buying products and buying all the resources he needs to build his bakery. this is the trajectory. You saw this guy declare the LLC. You saw the guy get the loan. You see this guy currently buying materials he needs to bake his goods so he can sell them. He's actively doing things. That's the trajectory he's on. He's on his way there. Don't wait until he gets there. Find a guy who's on his way to his goal. If that's the goal you want to get behind, whatever that goal may be, that's the horse you jump on and ride, and you help him get there. That will yield you so much more of a result. This guy's more likely to be loyal to you and not step out. I mean, because how do you reward a woman who helped you get there? How do you reward her with betrayal? Like, that kind of thing doesn't compute to me, you know?
Doesn't compute it.
Right.
Dr. Pash said, Mandrell's comment is about competition. Esquire Henry on his way to becoming a high value man. Okay, who wanted to comment? Go ahead.
I agree with you, Mandrell, on the conversation that you had. I also say this, that most people are looking at hypergamy from the perspective that it's a singular strategy, but in actuality it's dualistic. When women are young, they don't look at what's in your pocket. They look at what you look like physically. And so what happens is that they look at the man with the muscles and everything else, and they think to themselves, as my mother said, oh, I would have beautiful kids with him.
Right.
But when you get older, what happens is now we move to the provisioning side. I need somebody to take care of me as I get older. I need somebody to protect me as I get older. And most women don't want to be alone. So when you look and you say, well, I've made all this money as a woman, one of the things that's gone on is that she's used her youth to study and get to the point where she can make this money. But at the same time, most men from in all demographics and ages find the ages between 21 and 25 the most attractive. So if she's already out of that ballpark, then she has to use a different strategy.
As in
now what happens is that that you would be looking at around 27, 28, 29, I need to get married, I need to settle down. And so now comes the pressure that, oh, I need to get married, I need to find a man. Prior to that, it was like, okay, because of the beauty, women.
Okay, I understand your point now. So you're saying dualism. When you first wrote it in the comments, when I thought dualistic, I thought men and women have both this end. You're saying dualistic in terms of her time frame, in terms of her age and her stage of life.
That's one part of it. But remember, it's also intersexual in the sense that men with muscles have always had to contend with men with brains.
Right.
So if I can't beat you physically, I have to outsmart you.
Right.
So it's not just singular. You're not just looking at a singular situation.
And it makes a lot of sense if you think about it. Like the brother said, brother Hayoki, he's saying from 18 to 25, they're doing the 304 phase, right? Y'all have heard it. They're out there having fun.
But yes.
No, but again, we're not talking about everybody. But they're having that. But then reality sets in. Oh, wait a minute. I'm 26. I can't compete with my 18-year-old self, right? At this rate, I'm gonna have to do all this on my own. I need to change. What did Brother Kevin call that? The danger zone? Is that what he said? It was like the danger zone. Yeah. They realized that they have to go in here and make some changes. They have to adapt their dating strategy accordingly. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's what I'm hearing from you, brother.
Yeah. Well, what happens is epiphany starts around 27, 28, 29. The danger zone is really between 30 and 35, where what happens is that you get chromosomal damage to the eggs around 30. Geriatric pregnancy starts at 35, and by the time 40 comes, it's spontaneous abortions can come into play. So
a lot of people have miscarriages regardless.
True.
But
yes, they do.
Yeah, you could be 20s early. I know. I guess I can't tell you what I know, but there's other people I know from early got miscarriages depending on their bodies. And I know a lot of people who have had babies that are healthy and smart in their 40s. So
yes,
I'm with you.
Most fertile times I'm referring to as a group.
Understood. In the general sense, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah,
but I just know so many outliers of that.
But the thing is, the problem is that you hear a lot of women take the outliers and they use that as a scapegoat
I agree. I'm
They
not saying
pretend like
that's
that's the
everybody.
norm, you know, and it's
100%.
like they lean on that, like they rely on that.
No,
Like,
no,
it's possible that I could have a baby, healthy baby at 58. And it's like,
no. You and
why?
Janet, but
Okay, it may
no.
be
But
possible, but why would you back that horse?
no, I understand what you're
It's
saying.
not
I don't want
probable.
to. I'm not kind of interchangeably saying so everybody should wait. No,
And I
And
hope I
you,
answered her question, by the way.
no. But
I didn't mean to
Henry stands for high earner, not yet rich. Did not know that. Thank you, RM. Okay.
but you know, when we have these conversations, that does come up a lot. Possibility versus probability. I bet you most of the guys and anybody who's delved into the red pill world, you hear that all the time. Possibility versus probabilities. And so it is like, and what are we trying to, what message we trying to get out here to these young women? Don't piss away your best years. Women tend to peak, they peak sooner than men do. It takes time to get the things that women find attractive. It takes time to build your mind up. It takes time to build your finances up. It takes time to do all these things. And if women want to do these things as well, that's okay. But if we're going to accept the fact that most men find that women between, like Brother Hayoki said, or between 20 and 26 or whatever, if they find those women the most beautiful, if that's when women have the most leverage, that's
you're
when
gonna
women
be 27 or 30 or 35 one day.
But here's the thing: wouldn't it make more sense then to secure the highest value guy you can, the top tier guy, whatever you're looking for? Wouldn't it make more sense to, while you're in you have the most leverage to get who you can get, whoever that guy may be? I don't know. That's just something to throw out there. But this is what the red pill always says. And those women who come over there, a lot of them agree, like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have been out there on the yacht parties. Maybe I shouldn't have been in the VIPs as long. Maybe I should have shortened down that little party phase and then focus more on securing a good man or whatever.
They say
Or
the
it's like,
male sperm also deteriorates. Don't forget it. Okay.
yeah, it does. It does. It does. But
Just saying
I mean,
that. I'm not saying it's the rule. I'm not saying it's the rule at all. But I know, like, people that has done that. Interesting. Let me get Seattle Black Veteran. You've been so patient, and then I'm gonna go round robin, and we'll get final comments. Go ahead, Seattle Black Veteran. How are you?
I'm blessed to be with you, my sister. Thank you for having me, and greetings to the panel. Good to see you, Randrell. Good to see you, my brother.
Good to see
Frank,
you too, man.
Frank, my man. I got to talk to you later and see how the festival went. And salute to the ladies in the panel here. Okay, I'm gonna give you perspective on the backside of it. I agree with Mandrell was saying, and the idea I was saying too, is that, you know, when you're going through the process of being somewhere, who's gonna ride with you? You don't want them to get on the bandwagon after you get there. Okay, so I'm gonna give you guys this here. I'm the oldest cat in the room, probably. I'm 58 right now. All right, and so this is my deal. As me struggling up the road when I was making my six figures and I got hit with my disabilities, took me back down to the floor. No woman rode with me. Now, my thing is this. I look at a woman as she has to be attractive, but then it's like a cake. It can look good, but what does it taste like? So I want to see what your mentality is. I want to see who you are, because you're not jumping on this train for free. I'm coming with things to help you, and I'm coming with things that I've helped myself. I'm pulling myself up from the bottom all the way to where I am. Now, I'm going to give you a good headline on this, guys and girls. So I'm over 55, so I live in a senior community because my disabilities, I like quiet. I don't like a lot of running around. Mm-hmm. But in the senior community, there's a lot of single women here with degrees.
And you ballin'.
With master degrees over here. And I'm like, wow. And they're single. And they're the single.
Never been married, I'm sure.
Some of them have been.
Okay.
And you're right. A lot of them have not been. And they got their dogs. A lot of these women ask me to come over and have wine with them and chop up the conversation. Okay, cool again. You know, they're like my grandmothers, so I'm cool with that. So that's just not life for you ladies, though. You know, it's like, look, when I roll out.
Sorry, Seattle Black Veteran. That's all you be doing, giving them a little.
No, I can't rock with this, man. It's you know, I'm gonna tell you the downside of living in the senior community is that your friends will be here today and they may not be here tomorrow.
Yes.
All right. And so that's what I say when I rock with a woman. It doesn't matter what your profession is. I want to see what your mind is, because your profession don't mean nothing without your brain. Yeah, you can look good, but a car without a motor doesn't mean nothing. You know, so you know, it's like if we're gonna jump in this car, we're gonna do this. I'm understand what we understand now, and Clint Eastwood said this a long time ago. A man must know his weaknesses. He must know his strengths. So I'm gonna look at a woman and yeah, we're gonna be tit for tat, hold each other up. When I fall sick, she's gonna hold me up. When she falls sick, I'm gonna hold the train up. But see, up here in Washington, what's so sad about it, a lot of these women up here in their 50s think they're 20. And they don't understand that nobody wants that. And they think that's because what they have between their legs is what's up. No. What's up is on the top of your brain, the top of your shoulders. That's what's up.
So when you say they're in their 50s and they think they're 20, what does that mean?
Oh, good Lord, girl. Let me give you the full
Hot girl summer?
There's some sisters up here in their 50s, 60 years old, rocking with 3 or 4 different men.
Oh.
There's some sisters up here in their 60s think they can berate a man, belittle a man, degrade a man, take his masculinity. Oh, because they won't line up to what she wants. Oh, so you're not a man? Who the hell do you think you're talking to? I always ask a woman this.
In
if
Seattle?
you're a man, oh yeah, in Seattle. These sisters up here lost their rapid minds. I say, if you want a man, don't talk to a man like a child.
Right.
Talk to a man like a man. But then you're going to turn around and say, I want a man, but you're sitting here trying to demasculate him. And this is one thing I would salute the red pill community about is stop letting a woman demasculate you. If you're going to be stupid and walk around leading by your penis, that's your fault. But no woman has an option to get in your face and talk to you like nothing. She has an opportunity to walk away. Because when you don't walk away, then a conflict will start. And then somebody might not come out on the positive end of that. So who's going to be the bigger person? If a woman doesn't like what you're doing, talk to him like a man. If he can't get it, then walk away. But no way. It's just like if a man didn't like what you have to say, does he have a right to slap you or call you out your name? You won't tolerate this. So why would you do it to a man? And at this age now, shoot, baby girl, please, you can kick rocks with all that nonsense because I ain't got no time for you. I'm making my 6 figures and I did it by myself.
Interesting.
And I look at these women now, it's like, look, I don't want to kick you out, but I'm not gonna let you talk to me like you crazy.
No. I thought people would grow past certain things, but I guess people don't grow past certain things. This is kind of sad actually to think about that. So let's get our new thank you, Seattle Black gentleman, Black veteran. And I was thinking better gents podcast. Thank you so much for sharing your insights. I thought it would get better, but it's
No, I'm just giving you guys on the back end of it. I'm 58. Get to 58 and think this game is still playing with you. Yes, you got dental, you got health, you got
some of this.
So much stuff.
Seems like no. Better Gents podcast. How are you?
Hey, what's up? I'm good.
Nice
Can you guys hear me?
You. I want to see your background. What are your thoughts
Salute
on
to you, brother.
Oh, thanks. All right. Salute to you, DL Saint, Uncle DL. Good to see you, man.
Tampa in the house, Clearwater in the house. What up?
Yeah, we're in the same area, no doubt.
Very nice. So what are your thoughts on the truth about hypergamy? What do you want to leave us with tonight?
I don't really have much to add. I think DL, made it quite clear, and he was on point with all the points that he made tonight. One thing I do want to talk about though is the whole intimidation thing, right? Mm-hmm. I was in the chat, I was reading the chat, and apparently there is this idea that Black men are intimidated by Black women who make more money. I'm not sure where that idea comes from. I mean, if you look at it statistically, we make around the same amount of money on average, right? But if you take the top earning Black men in comparison to the top earning Black women, we out earn them, 2 or 3 to 1. So I really don't understand where this.
So do you want a high earning woman next to you?
Not necessarily. Honestly,
that's what I think. Yeah, and then why is that? For the same reasons we just talked about?
Yeah, so DL nailed it. He talked about what it takes to be a high earning woman and the type of attributes and qualities that you have to attain to become that top level woman.
You got a girl?
Do I have a girl? I do not.
Okay.
My ex-girl is one of those top level women. She is an attorney. Black? Nope, she was white. She was an attorney. She graduated from law school. She passed the bar. And we talked about starting a family before all that happened. And as soon as that happened, she decided that she wanted to go a different route and focus on her career more. And so
even the white girl flipped on you? Jeez.
Exactly. That didn't sit well with me because I am one of those dudes. I didn't need her money. Right?
Also, it doesn't matter the melanation.
Absolutely not. So it doesn't. It doesn't. And that's another thing that was a talking point in the chat is that someone was trying to make it sound like it's different for different races, and I think the red pill truths transcend race. You know, we can talk to white men, Asian men, black men, and they will have the same concerns when it comes to the truths behind the nature, female nature, and the modern dating scene, right? So it's not about race at all. It's about men and women and what we need to do to sort of bridge that divide and get back together, and start building stronger families. So, you know,
do you believe that women are hypergamous and will continue to be?
I think it's in the nature of a woman to be hypergamous. Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And now, do you think it serves them well, or should not be their main goal?
I think in modern dating society, it's not serving anyone. I think it's it's one of the main reasons as to why marriage rates are low, divorce rates are high, single motherhood rates are through the roof. I think hypergamy definitely plays a big factor into that, for sure.
Everybody trying to come up, or they don't want to marry because they can't come up.
Well, as DL said, you know, he mentioned the bottom 80% many times. The bottom 80% of men are being left in the dust, right? And the top men are the focus of the majority of women. So the top 80% of women are focusing on the top 20% of men, right? And so there's not enough men to go around when you do that. So what happens? Those top 20% of men, they play the game. They don't commit, right? And so nobody's committing. Everybody's playing this game of hypergamy and non-commitment. And who is it benefiting? It's not benefiting the family. It's not benefiting anything. So where
do you fall in that, sir? Are you in the top 20?
I'm in the top 1.
Okay. And you're going to marry somebody you think that's probably like work at Foot Locker?
I don't care if she works at Starbucks. I would not care. As long as she fits the bill of a marriage-minded good woman. I don't care where she works. Doesn't matter.
So even if she was an attorney, you would buck up again? You would try her again, or no attorneys?
No, I'm not saying I would dismiss hardworking, high-achieving women, but I would be cautious. I would be wary of them.
So hold on. When a white girl left, were you on to come up?
No, I was somewhere. I wasn't exactly not making money. I was like in between. So I had already established myself. I was a homeowner twice over. And you know, when we got together, you know, I was doing well. But I was doing better later in our relationship. But it wasn't enough for her. She still wanted to go out into the workforce and do her own thing and make her own money. And for me, that's a game changer or a showstopper for me. I had to walk away from that. Wasn't gonna work, you know. I'm gonna be honest, we have a child together, right?
Okay.
And so her priorities were supposed to be our home and our child. And as soon as the kid was born, like 6 months later, she flipped the script and was like, you know what, I got to get out of the house. I got to work. And she kind of left me to bear the brunt of, because I work from home. So she left me to bear the brunt of not only being the breadwinner, but also the primary protector and caregiver to our child as well. So that didn't sit well. And
that's super interesting. I'm glad you shared that, because it's not a race thing. Clearly,
it's not.
Y'all thought y'all was gonna get saved by going over to the other side.
No, red pill truth or red pill truth. But brother, better gents, what are your thoughts on the term bringing value when it comes to women?
So
and shout out to the white girls watching, by the way.
adding value, I should say, adding value. What are your thoughts on that?
Are you asking me how a woman can add value to a man?
Or how does that factor into your strategy for your dating strategy? When you're
looking for a woman, what value adding is going to be good for you?
Easy enough. So for me, you know, the value wouldn't be her finances or her assets or anything like that. Her value would be how she complements my overall goal, right? Of having a strong legacy and generating and creating generational wealth.
Yeah.
And so
they ask you, what kind of line of work are you in? Sorry to interrupt.
I'm an information security engineer.
Okay, cool. All right. Just so we have some grounding. So adding to your family, go ahead.
Yeah. So helping me focus on what it is that I believe my role is in a relationship, which to me is being the provider and the protector. And so for her to do that, she has to take on the other characteristics that are required in a home, which is the nurturer and the caregiver. So I would need her to be essentially, you know, at least for the beginning stages of our child's life, the full-time stay-at-home wife. So not saying that she can never work or never pursue her career. I'm not saying that. There's going to be a point where our child goes to school, you know, she's going to have plenty of time to be able to pursue that at some point.
Y'all just had different concepts of what would happen early on in the child's life.
Her priority has to be the home and the children, not her career and education. That's the second priority. That's the backup, you know.
You expect cooking every day?
It would be nice. I can't say I expect it.
You only wish.
Yeah, I know. I expect
laundry every day.
I expect keeping the home clean. Yes, absolutely. I expect keeping our kids, the upkeep of the children, to be taken care of. I don't really want to have to worry about that. If I'm building the world for you, if I'm battling the world, and you know I'm taking care of all of that, why would you make me have to focus on anything else? That should be my primary focus, and everything else should be your primary focus.
No, I'm with it. I'm just this is an interesting, and I'm glad we could say that red pill is red pill regardless of race.
It is.
Because I feel like there's so many people downing us Black women that I'm like, oh wow, this is interesting. Yes, go ahead.
We want you to be better.
I have to make an important point, which is a branch off from here. Let's not mix personality types such as alpha, beta, sigma, gamma, and delta. There's 5 or 6 different personality types with socioeconomic status. What I mean by that, an excellent example is the new TV show, Our Kind of People. The way that script is written, the men who are building or have generational wealth and legacy, the breadwinners, the wives are the alpha personality, and perhaps the husband is the beta. So a lot of times, you know, you can kind of study maybe, you know, President Obama and his wife, or there's a lot of families with endowments like the Kennedy family and things like that, where the female is actually the alpha personality.
Are you saying President Obama is not the alpha in his relationship?
I'm saying that
y'all agree?
No. That was the free world.
Right.
How is he not the alpha?
That's what I'm saying. Wait,
she's a strong Black woman, but
right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So what I mean,
But-
and see, that's an example of a person who laid down her career, you know, who may have an alpha personality. But what I'm saying is that in a lot of cultures, like the Greek culture, the Italian culture, there's just a lot of cultures, Asian cultures, where the wife is the alpha personality within that household, but perhaps the man is the one she married up. So in other words, you can have a beta male or some other type of it doesn't have to be an alpha male necessarily if a female is marrying up. Does that make sense? Every man, there you can have an introverted, shy, quiet man with wealth, but the wife married up and she's the alpha personality. Does that make sense?
Is that true in the Black community?
I would agree with that.
Auntie Fefe, I would say that we need to be careful because when you name these societies, you talk about the Romans, the Greeks, and these ancient societies, when they began to demasculinize men, when they began to promote and uplift weak men, that was the precursor to the end of their societies. So be real careful with that, because you know what I mean, men still have to be men, and there are people who study this now, where you can go and see artwork of men who were very effeminate. And the more feminine the men were allowed to be, there was almost always a precursor to the end of that particular dynasty or the end of that particular way of life, because the barbarians would come in and wreak havoc. So I think we need to be very, very careful with that. But I agree with what she's saying. I do see, exactly what you're saying, and I'm on board a little bit.
I'm not.
So what you saying,
not at
Medrell?
all.
And Tobias the Traveler is back. Nice to see you, Tobias. How are you? Medrell, what were you gonna add? Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna add. DL was right in the sense because it also happened to the Italians when Homer and the Moors went and conquered Italy. But no, women who marry betas, typically that relationship or marriage is never going to work. It's not going to go the distance. Nope. Women don't respect them. They'll look down on them and they'll resent them.
And they say my husband was an alpha at work and a beta at home.
And
what are we doing?
And they will bail.
What does that mean?
Here's the thing. That's cap. There's no way this guy's an alpha at work and a beta at home.
No, I've seen it.
Here's the thing.
My mom is a retired nurse, and she would talk about doctors all the time. That their wife ran them.
I don't tell it's possible. Like me, I have
for you. Talk about not us having different experiences.
Yeah,
true.
You need to be open to it.
Yeah, and I am open to it. The thing is, like I tell people when they bring these red pill talking points to me, I'm like, there's too much nuance to this for everything to be black and white and binary.
Right.
Way too much nuance. Like for me, like certain things are going to be circumstantial, but then there's certain things that are just rock solid. You know, some core things, and it's like, and around this little area here, we can work around everything else. We can negotiate, we can talk about it, and work something out around everything else except this. You know what I mean?
Wow.
So I mean, and the thing is like,
as long as couples compliment each other, it doesn't matter.
That's the thing. That's the thing, because when she said alpha, she married a beta, but she's an alpha. No.
But y'all told me he couldn't switch though, but he could switch.
Well, she had her weak points. He has his weak points. My ex-wife was an accountant. I worked as law enforcement. When it came down to doing our books and my money, I watched over her while she's doing that, but she was a strong part of that. But see, at the same time, this is the problem is when some women, not all, start seeing a man perceiving like he is falling below that alpha look that she perceived he should have, that's when the demasculinity starts coming in. Well, you ain't this and you ain't that. My thing is we got together because we complement each other. I fall, you pick me up. You fall, I pick you up. There's no sitting here talking about, well, you a beta and I'm an alpha.
You're not gonna say it to his face though.
No, but that's how she acts and how she treats the brother.
But look at Will Smith. Look at Will Smith, right?
God.
So, but again, but look at that. Now, Will Smith is not. We see what he is now, right? We know who was running that house, right? Now, here's the thing: you come into my house with my woman. You know what I mean? You come into my house. It may seem that she's running things, but let me raise my finger.
Yeah. At the end of the day,
that's it. Done. We done. You got a problem with that, ma'am? You can leave. Okay, you know what? You stay here. I'll leave because I'm alpha. You are not, and it's nothing. I'm not trying to brag and whatever. No. I am a man. At the end of the day, you're not gonna have me go up and smack some dude because you don't like what he said. What you doing? Nah, that's that beta stuff right there. That's how you lose as a society.
All right, let me get. I see your comments in the back. Hayoka says hypergamy by default is a position of weakness. Money doesn't make you an alpha. All right, let me get Tobias the Traveler in here, and I'm gonna go back to Hayoka. Tobias, how are you?
Oh, my life is amazing. How are you?
Clearly came clean last time. I see you again, brother. Nice to see you.
Well, thank you. Same.
What are your thoughts on tonight's combo?
I 100% with DL Saint. 100%. Straight up, from a lot of my dating experience and living abroad, dating out, seeing Black women also. The RP beliefs, they do transcend race. They really do not just, you cannot relegate them to just, to Black women. Not at all. Actually, you know what? Before Black folks was even going like big and like a red pill like that back in like 2012.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. There weren't a whole lot of Black folks. Like, there was O'Shea. We were on a couple of forums and all that together, but there wasn't a whole lot of Black folks. And it was a bunch of white men talking like this. Right. So it was already, it was already there. Exactly.
Yeah.
So, and earlier, I was listening in and, before I came up, And I keep seeing or hearing folks talk about, you can date a man on his potential. And I think we might want to add some parameters around that, because I see potential a lot of times. If a man is, when a woman says, he has potential, she hears his words. That's potential. What are his actions?
Trajectory.
If you see, right? If you see him, yeah, exactly. It's his actions.
Trajectory says.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's his trajectory. What are his receipts, right? He's scaling, so you can see him. He may not be there just yet, but his trajectory, he's on his way. If a woman isn't willing to get that guy,
right with me,
that's her fault, right? Because when he gets there,
he ain't gonna choose her.
No, he's not. He's going to look back.
You got that right.
And say, hey, you know what?
Back then they did want me. Now I'm all day all on me. Y'all know about Mike Jones. Y'all don't know about Mike Jones. Okay,
Mike Jones. Yeah, but that's real. That is 100% real. I've seen it even in my personal life. Women who I
you left in the dust.
Hey, we said ride or die.
They said
because
Tobias.
Yeah, because
Tobias, you're looking great.
I appreciate it. Thank you. No, when I go out, I don't wear suits to work. I don't have to. I work from home, and I've been working remotely since 2015.
Are you married, Tobias?
No, I am divorced. I was married for 10.5 years.
Oh wow! And they're asking that beautiful picture on his wall. Is that his wife? I was like, let me ask you. I'm asking because the chat asked. Just FYI.
Okay.
Cool.
But yeah, when I done the whole marriage thing.
No wonder you're so free. You're like, bump that. I've been there.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, I've been
yes,
there,
sir.
done that.
Yes, sir.
That's why when you were like, I just want to go all over the world, I'm like, Amanda don't want to plant roots. Bothers me, but you had planted roots.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
No,
Brother Tobias,
yeah, go ahead.
Brother Tobias, can I ask you just one question? You don't have to answer if you don't want, but who initiated your divorce? Was it you or you did?
I did.
And that's rare.
Yeah.
So men do initiate divorce.
Yes.
As well.
But 70 to 80% of the time it's the female.
I know it's mostly.
Can I ask a question about that? To that statistic, I hear that a lot, that women file the divorces most often. But I never hear anybody ask the question, like, if you go to, for example, if you go to a city and everybody's evacuating that city, nobody wants to live there, everybody's leaving, do you say like people are wrong for leaving that city, or do you question why they're leaving the city? I never hear anybody question why are so many women filing for divorce.
I question it all the time. Why'd you leave? Because that's the first thing I do. That's why. When anything happens, why?
Irreconcilable differences.
Why you think
the number one reason? Well, number one reason is irreconcilable differences, which means you didn't. Which tells me you filed a divorce, but you didn't really have a reason to leave. You just made something up and decided to get out. You just wanted out. Okay? Irreconcilable differences, we can agree on anything. Listen, ladies, the type of men that I see women say that they want and the ones that they typically go for, listen, those guys are not going to take a lot of lip and a lot of disrespect. You know what I mean? That's one of the reasons why I'm single. I'll debate you. If we get into an argument, we get into an argument. And I'm fine. 3 seconds later, I can put it behind me. It's a thing and it happened. But you get disrespectful, I'm out. I'm not taking that.
That's it.
I'm willing to step away. And then,
Can I say, when you said I'm out, I'm not going to handle that disrespect, you see how you responded to that situation?
Mm-hmm.
So can you see how, I have a lot of, I used to be married. And I still have a lot of, the majority of my friends are still married. And I have friends that won't even have kids with their husband because they're afraid that the kids are going to ruin the relationship.
That's correct.
Because they can already see how he responds in an everyday situation. And they're like, this is his capacity. If I have a kid, I'm going to be extremely overwhelmed with work. And I can see that will affect my relationship.
These are people who are married?
People who are married, I've heard that multiple times because women have like a fear of being not a fear of being overworked. It's something that actually happens that doesn't get discussed a lot. It gets dismissed.
Can I address both of you, Mandrell and AK Lady?
Go ahead.
In relationship to this conversation,
Go ahead.
You're both talking about the same thing. And the reason why you're both talking about the same thing is because Miss AK Lady, first off, for Mandrell, the question is, can I do better? Hypergamy, by definition, is a position of weakness because you're saying, listen, did I get the best man for the job? Miss AK Lady, your girlfriends are saying, listen, I don't want to have children with this man. I don't think that this would be the best man for me to have children with. I can do better. So you're both talking about hypergamy, but you're talking about
I don't think that a lot of women say
him.
that they can do. I don't think it's necessarily saying that I can do better, because everybody has their faults about them. Nobody's perfect. There's not going to be one perfect person for everybody.
I agree.
So when you get with somebody, there are certain things that you have to accept. And I think that my friends who say that, because when they've said that to me in a genuine manner, it was like, hey, I want my marriage to work, but I also don't want to take the weight of all of this extra responsibility when I could possibly see, because a lot of times men think that because that they're paying the bills, they fix stuff every once in a while, they come home, they're present in their kids' life, they think that that's it. There's nothing else that needs to be done. But there's so much on a day-to-day basis that weighs heavily, that gets poured onto a woman. So when women get into those situations, they get overwhelmed and they get frustrated, and that's why women leave. That's why women don't want to stay. I know, to me, DL said something earlier in the conversation that it seems like a lot of women would want to be single forever. And that kind of like, just hearing that, I was like, if I had to choose peace of mind or a relationship, and if peace of mind meant I was going to be single forever, I would choose peace of mind, hands down. Because my mentality, my peace, my happiness is more important than anything else on this world. And not in a selfish way, but in a way that I will be patient to wait for a man who can appreciate me. I will be patient for a man that I can submit to, because those type of men, those type of women, they don't come across all day, every day, all day long. You're not going to see them all around. It does take time. It does take time.
Well, see, remember, by the very definition that you have to work means that he's not able to take care of you in a way that you would be able to take care of the children.
And
we stressed out. We can't work and do everything.
But the thing is, the what she described was tragic, in my opinion.
But that's what a lot of women are living with.
What I'm saying, I mean, those women aren't built. Again, they're not built for marriage. They're not.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What are you supposed to do?
Okay. I'll take what you said for example. Right? You said that you think that just because a man pays the bills. Okay, keep in mind, paying bills includes not only the mortgage, but insurance for you, your cars. He's paying the car notes as well, the furniture, your clothes, your food. He's financing all that. He has to go to work every day knowing that day could be the last day he goes into work and he get fired at any given time, especially given our economy. He has that on his back. All of your entire way of life is squarely on his shoulders. All of that. Okay. And then he has to worry about other stuff. He has to worry about protecting you. He has to worry about managing the bills and all that nonsense. Okay. And then you list of stuff that you do. I'm like, okay, I call it, me personally, I call it a wash. Even Steven, you're saying it's too much.
And how much of your money you going to the house?
I'm like, wait, how are you? But hold on, I'm saying, wait, how are you doing? How is the woman get a little more stressed than the man? If anything, you broken even. I don't think you have, but if anything, at the absolute worst, you broken even. But you want to break out, and I want to stay in this for you.
I didn't say that paying the bills and that stuff wasn't important. I never once said that.
I know, but I said the way you described it.
What I described was men thinking that's all that there is to it. That was my point. That's what I rounded it out with. And I think that point is missing, that there is more to a relationship. When you talk about being built for marriage, it sounds like you're saying if you're not fulfilled in a marriage and you decide not to stay, then you're not built for it, as opposed to saying if you're not getting what you need out of a marriage, then maybe men should listen to women when it comes to that. When I say, hey, it's a lot of work, and you say that's cake wash, what if I say what you want is cake wash? You'll automatically call me a submissive. And
that's not
I said when you waited.
I don't mean like in personal sense. I don't want to say like I'm taking it personally, but what I meant, like, if a man says he wants certain things and a woman is saying the same, like on the opposite, like we both have to listen to each other. You can't be dismissive to one side.
You misunderstood me. You misunderstood me. What I'm saying is what the man is doing and what the woman was doing. If you weigh the two and do a comparison and contrast with the two, at the worst, they're even. Okay. At worst, they're even. So what I'm saying is,
I don't know.
I've been pregnant. I have carried children. I have bought my own house. I have taken care of my own house. I've done everything on both sides. And I can tell you, as a woman, that woman's work is not easy work.
But let me finish clarifying.
Okay.
Let me finish
clarifying. You've been married before?
I want to go after you, Mandra.
Have I been married before? No.
Just asking. Okay, go ahead. Just know I want people to have context of where you're coming from.
From my perspective, when you're in a marriage, if I'm going to marry somebody, that's it. Whatever problems we got to work that out. I'm not filing a divorce. For what? What's the point of getting married then?
I think there's a
spend the rest of your life with each
other.
Yeah,
jump in, Deal. I think we're a little bit off the rails.
Yeah,
go ahead.
And then after, I think Seattle veteran was waiting too. But
go ahead.
But for real quick, one point I want to make, that 70 to 80% of divorces are initiated by women, and that most breakups are initiated by women. The reason that that's brought up so much in the red pill world is to show one point, that men are willing to sit and just ride it out and try to make it better. Men are not the ones running to the courthouse to initiate the breakup. That was the whole point. That's why the manosphere and the red pill world brings this up so much. And I'm not trying to minimize what Sister AK lady is saying. I agree with her. There are women out there that are carrying 95% of the load. I see where she's coming from. I've seen
most
this.
Most of y'all not paying all them bills.
I know that. I've seen this. But that's what when we say those stats, we're just trying to show that men are willing to, even when the relationship is bad, even when they're not quote unquote happy, they're willing to tough it out for multiple reasons. They're willing to sit there. Like, let's try to work this thing out.
But she's saying they're not willing to help with the kids though.
But here's the point. My point being, that's why that number comes up so much. That's why you hear that in the manosphere. Men aren't running to end the relationships for whatever reason. And if you're not happy in your relationship and you want to get out, fine. Personally, I think it's too easy to get divorced, right? It's too easy to get married. I'm not religious, but you stand before whatever you stand before. You make these vows, and then you get into a situation where we're not making enough money, or you're not helping with the kids enough, or you didn't clean the dishes. I want to get divorced. And we haven't even got into the family court system. No, that happens. That happens. We're not saying that happens all the time, but there are women who leave relationships simply because they're not happy. Back to hypergamy. I might be able to get Larry over there in the office with me now that I'm working. I might be able to get with Larry because Larry's making $140,000 and I'm making $100,000, and I like him because he's fit, right? He's over 6 feet, right? And he's making six figures. So I'm gonna jump onto this.
Deal. Yeah. And the Seattle Black veteran, go ahead and comment. Men benefit the most from marriage. Go ahead.
We don't. No, we don't. We had that kind of. That's another show. Go back and watch.
Don't worry about it.
I will say this. Okay, so I'm like I say, I'm giving you guys on the back end of it. I'm 58. All right. Okay, so what I said when I first got up on here is that, look, communication. I don't care what you look good. I like that. What's in your brain? I need you to have my back. I need you to have my back. You need to be a ride or die, because I can be ride or die for you. I mean, you can come in the crib and I can go kick off your shoes. Tell me about your day. How you feeling? Or I could come in the crib and say, okay, what's going on? How you feeling? We have that communication. I always believe in every relationship, there should be frequency, and there's frequency of communication. Once you start losing that breakdown, okay, then why did you get into the relationship? Did you vet? Did you look? Did you what? What did you do? Now, there's not going to be nothing perfect. That's why, what is it? Who does this? Sun will shine, but can you stand the rain? All right. So that's, at 58, I ain't got time to play with you no more. You got to be in here and you got to be communicating with me. You got to be telling me what's up with you. You got to have my back. I don't care what happened. You got to have my back. I can be looking like the stupidest person in the stadium. But
No,
you better have my
understood.
back.
But I agree with this too. Themis Creative says people usually just don't wake up and say, "Well, I'm going to file for divorce today," because it's a perfect relationship or a marriage. I think there's a kind of again nuance. I see you, Sandy B. Law, saying divorce is more nuanced than the way we're talking about it. I kind of
and I'm not saying that either. Shout out to my buddy Perry Javis Jr., is attorney out of Cincinnati, Ohio. He says this: women plan, men react. By the time the woman actually walks in and files the paperwork, she's been divorced in her mind for 2 years. Right. She's been divorced in her mind for 2 years.
Amen.
But if there were some kind of mitigation going on after we said to our partner, our lover, our protector, babe, this is not working. I feel like I'm about to like pull my hair out. We got 2 kids. I'm working, you're working. We need to, something has to give. How do we make this happen? It's not that she wakes up and she just feels like, okay, willy-nilly, I'm gonna walk away from this. That's a deep, deep decision. And I know there's so many different women with so many different reasons for leaving. But I'm just saying I don't want to trivialize it because I don't think that's how women think about it.
And I'm not trying to trivialize it either, but I'm just saying it does happen.
Salute, Simcia. When I'm gonna get you on a panel, my brother. Let's go. Anyway, go ahead.
Suzette, this is to be fair, like sorry. My apologies. But the irony of this, her bringing this up right now is just today. I had a conversation with a good friend of mine. He's also a fellow veteran. That his wife, he and his wife got a divorce. And it's for irreconcilable difference. I said, "What happened?" She said, "She just said she wasn't happy." I said, "What was she not happy about?" Well, you know, it got to be more than that. Oh, hold on. I said, "What was she not happy about?" He said, "I don't know. She just she was acting weird, not talking to him for a while, and he finally kept asking her, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" And she just said, "I'm just not happy. I haven't been happy for a long time." He said, "Well, why didn't you just tell me you weren't happy and what you weren't happy about?" "I don't know," she says. And I was like,
that don't sound right, man.
Because she didn't have a red table in the kitchen. If she had a red table, that sounds just like Jada.
Right.
Good to see you, brother.
But also, hold on. This isn't the first time I've heard this.
Plotting to leave is premeditation.
Right. It's premeditated. This isn't the first time I've heard this story. And I'm sure there are some gentlemen on the panel with me now who've heard this same thing. The woman was unhappy for whatever reason, didn't say anything because she didn't want the confrontation, and waited until things boiled over. And now she's had enough. She's fed up. And now
my brain said, I can't listen to these sorry men. Jeez. Boy,
yeah, right.
Not personal.
Can't listen to these sorry men.
He's gonna be here Saturday, y'all.
We ain't gonna gloss over that. What do you mean, bro?
No.
Sorry men. What are you talking about?
Come on up here.
Yeah, come on up to the panel, player. Where you at?
Don't be hiding in the background. I'll drop off to give you room.
I shouldn't have read that comment.
No, he shouldn't have made that comment.
Cynthia, you sure? Let's make a date. June. Let's make a date. Yeah, okay, we're gonna keep it positive. Okay, let's get away from that energy.
Can I ask DL a question?
Okay. Okay. We're not going in that direction. So we're gonna try to kind of crystallize some takeaways.
Someone wanted to ask me a question?
So yes, go ahead.
Right, because we mentioned his history and other cultures and ethnicities. For the this is important when we talk about the classic concept here. Have you noticed that we talked about when times get hard, she leans on him and he leans on her. But if you notice in certain cultures, when times get hard, the men in the community band together and they back the man. I don't know if you've noticed this. So even today, there's a movement to bring awareness to the Black community, how we historically are in the streets with our men during the civil rights movements and things like this. But even today in Arabic countries and Jewish countries, for an example, it's just the men out there fighting for their rights or whatever the issue may be. And the women are at home taking care of the home and the kids and things like that. But in our culture, we've had to be out, in the forefront beside our men. And so I've worked here in Detroit, Michigan. I've worked in the Jewish communities. I've worked in the African communities and a few other ones. And what I see with people from India and the Arab countries, when things get hard, it may get harder at home with the wife, don't get me wrong, but the men in the community band together. in terms of finances, giving each other loans and stuff. And I even dated a black man where in his family, that was the practice. He would not. Now my family is different. We borrow money under one roof for this kind of thing. We don't take it outside to our aunts and uncles and things like that. If I would have asked my grandmother's sister or brother to loan me money, it would be an issue. He comes from a family where he asked the other men for a loan within his family. I'm such a private person that brushed me the wrong way, right? Okay, so I didn't know if the men on the panel, how do they feel about that in terms of, you know, the black community
were you
in
saying
America?
that the women shouldn't be out
hypergamy.
Can I jump in on this one?
Go ahead.
The woman with the men here. Yeah, the men here, some of the men mentioned when times get hard, the man can lean on the woman and the woman can lean on the man. But in other cultures, the female is not going out, you know, to help contribute.
You're saying men are holding each other up, holding each other accountable, having each other's back. Okay,
absolutely.
go ahead, Tobias.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, I grew up in a very diverse, multicultural neighborhood, and like even now to this day, like some of my friends are Palestinian, and their women are not involved in their business affairs. It is the men who uplift the community. If there's a matter, the men solve the problem together. The women, you know, they do their thing and they, you know, they communicate, but they are not a part of that problem solving matter. They just, that's not what they do. It's a part of their culture. Black America does not have that culture. We don't.
We afford to.
You know what? We can, but then it's going to it has to start small, right? Because we think, well, first, not enough Black folks are building together, like even starting small and building together to have like, you know, a smaller enclave, and then it'll expand over time. And if there's a younger gentleman who is coming up and like, hey, you know, this guy has a really great idea, we should listen to him, and all put, you know, if you've got 10 guys, hey, we should all put together $1,000 to help, you know, make this man's dream, you know, come to help start his business. Because like I said, a good friend of mine, his family owns 22 Verizon cell phone stores, and they started out of the flea market, but they all put their money initially. They put their money together, bought some cell phones. Those phones sold out of flea market real fast. Then they reinvested, right? Yep. But it was the men that do that. It's not the women. If they're like, again, if there is a problem, it's the men that do this. I don't see Black men wanting to do that.
Yeah,
right?
To Auntie Faye's question, like to the other component to that, if I didn't grow up in that type of neighborhood, man. I'm from the hood. So if something is happening, right? If some man stuff is jumping off and you're my woman or you're under my protection, you're my cousin, you're my sister, you need to go in the house. You know what I mean? Because shout out to the Tate brothers, man. Y'all ain't got hands. I don't need you out here getting in the way right now because we're about to do some man stuff right now. I cannot be worried about you catching one, you know what I mean, or whatever. Get in the house. I came from that world where we're gonna protect our women. So I don't want you out here in the streets with me if we're protesting, if it's a rumble, if it is whatever, right? The problem that we have, like I said before, we have to be careful when we uplift these feminine dudes. If you were the guy that wants you in the street with him, well, y'all about to get real, you with the wrong dude. I'm just keeping it 100. Like when we doing some man stuff, women need to understand, like man stuff means, yo, just keeping it real, somebody can get deleted. Some real man stuff is going to pop off, I don't want you out here next to me. Don't let the suit fool you. If it's going down, I am 100% a man. I'm going to take care of it. Either I'm like the Spartan said, I'm going to come home with my shield or I'm going to come home on it. Right? So that's how I look at it. And I hope that answered your question.
Can I say this?
Lord of mercy. Well,
can I say this?
Go ahead.
Okay. So, now I'm going to give you I was at the city council in my city fighting for the seniors' rights. I've been fighting for their rights for 2 years. All these 2 years, a lot of these women here tell me, we need you, we need you, we need you. I go down the alley and get ready to fight. I turn around, none of these women are here. So it's not just the men. I believe it's kind of like a culture thing, because in the 60s, when you were kicking the man out of the house telling them you couldn't be in the house because if you are, you're making too much money. We can't get you on this government system. So the man's out of the house. Now the man, we got to be taught to regroup. When we had the Black Panther Party and we were moving strong, what did they do? Come in and shoot us up and kill us. Pardon my lack of vernacular. They came in and deleted us. All right. So now as this black men started to try to regroup, then we got some strong women who are black who want to get in our face and demand us. As well, but if we don't get
Please protect the women. Please protect them. Make them not don't. Black women, as a community, we should protect our women. And I do see too many women out there trying to get big. Y'all don't need to be in the streets trying to get big. That speaks to the men of our community. How you gonna let some woman come out here and fight your fight, bro?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, and like the political stuff is one thing, notwithstanding the political stuff. But when it comes down to actually getting out there, it's time to go face Goliath, right? It's time to go face the Vikings. I don't want you standing next to me, Suzette. You my sis. We ain't never met face to face. I don't want you out there with me. You ain't got hands like that. Go inside with the kids.
Yeah.
Let me deal with this.
Okay, so DL, that was my.
Yeah, I want to make.
Let
me read
financially speaking too.
Yeah. Let me read this. Frank Gooden says, and Frank is on the panel as well as in the chat. I love it. Black men do happen to network with each other for economic gain more than we think. But what I was saying is that this comparison is inept. It's not edifying to even bring up what other cultures are doing versus us. So I can hear his point. Go ahead, Auntie Faye.
No, I was just saying in terms of financially speaking as well, because we talked about. So you're saying if marrying up transcends ethnicities, but now you're saying we can't bring culture in it in the form of what's the word I'm looking for? Things that can turn violent.
Yeah, no, I think what he's saying is that there are black men that are doing it. They're to say that others are doing it more or more visibly is to negate the fact that there are black men that are doing it.
Yeah, because a sister is making money. Because Sister Suzette is out there making $500,000 a year. I'm making up numbers, y'all. Because Sister Suzette is out there making $500,000 a year, doesn't mean she has to go on the street and fight the Vikings. Her man, even if he's only making $30,000 a year, his responsibility is to go out. Yes, that is your manly obligation. Right. You are a man at the end of the day. You have to go out there and handle that. And there are far too many men who look like us on the panel. They acting like they ain't got hands. They don't want to go out there and handle that burden of being masculine. And like I said, we have to be very careful.
They couldn't hear for a while. Sorry, refresh your browser. Guys, if you can't hear us, we're fine. A lot of people dropped off, but we were about 90 people. Refresh the audio's back. Go ahead.
So ladies, it boils down to this. You have to choose wisely. Choose wisely. It reminds me of that Indiana Jones movie, the Last Crusade. When they're in there and they're looking at which is the Holy Grail, and the guy, the knight who was guarding said, choose wisely. And the guy chose the cup and he drank from it and he turned into dust. He died. He chose poorly. Ladies, you got to choose wisely.
It's a good point, DL. It's a good point. It sounds like what you're saying though is that men have roles and obligations that we need to fill. What are the roles and obligations that women need to fill?
Understood.
I don't think women today believe that they have any roles or obligations. They can just be whatever they need to be or want to be. As men, though, like you just said, we got to knuckle up when things, get tough. What do women have to do? Is there anything we can say you're obligated to do as a woman? This is your role as a woman. Can we even say that in 2022 anymore? I don't think we can.
You can't, because if you do, then it'll become overwhelming. And they can't take it, and they want to have a divorce.
Not in this country.
Yeah, you can't demand. You can't require them to have requirements of women. You can't. You're being mean.
Let me ask a question. What is a black woman considered culture?
That's a good question.
Because we always talk about culture. Culture is it, and that's true. But what does a black woman consider culture? And it breaks down in the black woman community. Then how do they expect the man to line up to what? We line up to who we got to line up to ourselves, and we look at a woman to help us bring culture to our kids. So what does a black woman consider culture?
I hope.
And if
I agree
up,
with that point, that we are the purveyors of culture. So we need to be instilling different value sets, etc. But back to your point, the Seattle Black veteran, the only reason I can think of, and I was just thinking about what you're saying, there are women that don't show up for those in our community. The only thing I can think of, especially, and I've seen some of this with some of my older aunts, they were working with, folks that were drug addicted and things like this. And it ended up that a lot of those folks started to exploit the ladies in the church and other places. So it ended up kind of almost being a web. It became dangerous for these people to minister to like some very, very broken folks as elderly women. That's the only thing I can think of when you were speaking that kind of came to mind. So they had to kind of like cut off those programs from within their church because it was like younger men who were broken and they were exploitive. So I'm not saying that's your case, but I'm just saying it as you think about why people don't show up for things. That just came to mind.
And it's funny, it says Bill Gates never had hands.
Yeah, I
That's
love
funny.
that. Bill
But
Gates
here's the thing, though. But here's the thing, though. The Rockefeller did, Carnegie did.
Yeah.
Like, so when you want to start looking into that, I mean,
Bill
American
Gates is
used
type of man, not the old barons.
And that's my whole point. You know what I mean? That's my whole point. You still got to, at some point, he is a man. He's not just gonna lay down. If you catch him one-on-one, he probably gonna lose, but I'm pretty sure he's gonna try to knuckle up. You know what I mean? If all of his money don't mean anything, his security is gone.
At the end of the day, yeah.
Not some of these cats. Not some of these cats. They gonna try to walk away.
They gonna try.
They gonna. I don't. No. We can be
about
diplomatic.
too.
No.
Can't we talk this out?
No.
Yeah. Some of the things that you were saying, Mandro, I do think, and this was one thing I brought up with a lady who is a pastor who has something called Wife School. Go back and watch God Found My Husband, God Found My Wife. Those were some great shows that we did. But God Found My Husband, she was talking about like her expectations of what a wife would be versus what his expectations were for what a wife would be. And I do think there's a bit of a chasm between what a lot of women expect it as being a wife versus what a lot of men expect. I just think there's a gap. No one is, I don't know if they're teaching the expectations that you talk about, Mandrell, or if because life is so different now and both parties are working and no one is just exclusively a homemaker, it's just more difficult. So there's a lot more give and take, or women have an expectation of a lot more give and take. I'm not sure which it is.
That really speaks to my point, Suzette. All I meant was I see some consistency in more places than others. So if you're talking about hypergamy or an alpha male situation or whatever, they're consistent that the man is going to be the provider, the protector, and the leader. So they're not going to say, well, I'm going to just expect for you to help out when I need your help to provide. They're going to go to the male community so that wife can fulfill his needs and the children's needs, is what I'm saying, for an example. Because in those situations, she's expected to fulfill what he needs from her, adult okay, things, as the
Mm-hmm.
kids can be demanding too. The kids need help with homework and
Oh yeah, it's a whole nother
whatever.
life. Yeah.
Right, exactly. So financially speaking, not just to protect them with protesting and things getting violent, but I'm saying there's a consistent thread. I just don't want to be your I don't want to just be your protector and your leader, but I also want to be the provider at all times. And I'm not leaning on you at any time if it's financial, is what I'm saying. And so maybe because I'm just in a very ethnically diverse environment. I am 54 years old, and so I see this in different
From a
like you
different
said,
light.
cultures, different.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yep. And the
RM.
female never,
Mhm.
the female never has to ever provide financially, right? And he is going to always protect her. He is going to always be the leader. And as this particular kind of alpha person, for an example, would never, the wife wouldn't probably even know that money might be coming up short or something like that, for an example.
I don't
And
know
you
if we
see
have
it a
that
lot in
luxury though
some.
in the Black community, but I understand what you're saying. When a man has
I
full
get it.
control, but then it was saying that sometimes that man feel like he could box you in the face every now and then too if he got that type of control. What say you? The open palm slap. That's what. Jesus Christ! I'm not laughing.
Open hand slap in the
Absolutely.
mouth.
The
Yeah, but
disenfranchisement.
Open
Yes.
hand
but
slap in
even
the mouth.
even
Nothing.
having that financial control is not enough, right? It typically isn't enough, and I think someone else mentioned that there's more to it. You got to do more. You got to be more attentive, apparently, right? I was in a situation with the mother of my child where she didn't have to worry about. She didn't have to work at all, ever. I had everything taken care of, more than enough.
Thank
But
you,
it wasn't
Tobias.
enough.
I know you got to run. Thank you so much for being here. Sorry.
No,
and
you're
the
fine.
panel is closed. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead, Better
So I'm saying it's not common in the Black community. Sure, but it's not just a Black community thing. Being able to financially provide everything for whatever reason, there's more to it than that. If you want to retain, your whoever it is you're with, it's simply not enough. It's not finances. Even if you compare us to other cultures and say men of other cultures can provide that financial protection without having to lean on the woman. Well, there are men of our culture who can do the same thing, and the result can still be the same, where it just doesn't work out because she's not submissive to that man. It's not enough. So, I mean, what's your opinion on that?
I don't know. That's gonna be heavy lifting, and we about to wrap. Well, I told y'all we supposed to wrap by an hour ago, and we still up here.
Yeah.
So we're going to figure out, I guess, what are the takeaways. I don't know if it's good advice, bad advice. I think it's just a takeaway type thing tonight. Shout out to Hayoka. Thank you for coming back up, and Tobias. Sorry I didn't get your final comments. Thank you again. So who wants to go first with some takeaways?
Me.
Okay, go ahead.
So what I'll say is just trying to go back to this hypergamy topic is that when we are talking about hypergamy, largely this is an issue that for single people, right? Trying to link up, get married, and whatever the expectations and roles are as it relates to that. And so I'm just thinking that the kinds of conversations that we're having, I love and appreciate this conversation that you're having, Suzette, and that we've had, but the ones that I think are most edifying are the ones that can focus on how we can re-evaluate or renegotiate this hypergamy, this phenomenon of hypergamy, which has always been here in our current times. Where in this country, not in all the other cultures in the world, but in this country, we have a history where women have challenged through women's rights. What is it? What do you call it?
Feminism.
Yeah, feminism. So where we have this where it's been so impacted with the feminist movement that we happen to be where we are right now in 2022 versus where we were in 1970. And it's a very different world. And so my thing is, if we're going to have these kinds of conversations, it really should be about, okay, well, what does it mean? And how is it affecting us right now? And what should we be actually doing if the objective is for us to get married and have families the way that we've always had them?
So we might have to do a part 2 is what you're saying. How can we approach this at present?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I was saying.
Understood. Professor Frank, thank you. Appreciate you being up.
Yeah,
and you're always welcome on this panel. Thank you for your insights and your thoughts tonight.
Thanks.
Appreciate you, sir. All right. Hope to see you soon.
Salute. Yeah. Catch up with you, brother.
Awesome. All right. Who wants to go next?
Let me get out of here. Let these wise men and these ladies get it down. Hey, Auntie Faye and Miss Lady, aka, appreciate your input and your patience. Much love to you, you beautiful sisters. I think where we are with this is, and like Frank said, it's like for the young men and women. But I always bring it back to is we have not really been raised with a culture, and so we are getting to that. I understand we're coming out the blocks. We're starting out the blocks as developing who we are and what we are about. We've been doing this for years, but we've been getting stripped. Every time we turn around, we get stripped, and we have to be aware of that. And I believe this too with the feminist program that came out. It started putting our sisters on another program. And the program was not designed for you Black women. It was designed for these other women. Because these other women were not living your culture and were not really concerned about who you were and what you were about. Us are the Black man, period. So I say this because I'm 58 and Faye is 54, so she knows the deal. And just stay strong on both sides. Stay strong, and we need to be here for each other in the long run. Our kids do. Right.
Absolutely. We can't give up. I mean, I think it was Sandy B. Law in the chat that says we need this. The takeaway is that we need a lot more healing.
Yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good. We got strong brothers. We got strong brothers, and I support you, strong brothers. And salute to you, veterans. Love you, brothers. Definitely. And my sisters.
I want to salute too.
Much love to my sisters too. And the Better Gentleman podcast. Much love to you, man. I love your background there. You got a good cooking real good, brother. Thanks for your positive input. Peace and love to each and every one of you guys. May health and peace always be with you in your lifetime. And I'm out of here. Seattle Black Veteran. Love you, sis.
I appreciate you coming up. Seattle Black Veteran in the building. Y'all go subscribe. Thank you for your insights and coming from a more seasoned viewpoint. Y'all, Thursday, 7, Pocket Watching with JT. 4 things you need to do to get ready for the coming recession. And then Saturday, Needs Watches, who is in the chat, will be my special guest talking luxury brands and actually watches as investments and some other things too. Can't wait for Saturday's show. All right, who wants to go next?
No, I'll go.
Go ahead, Mindra.
Takeaway is
stop dating girls from Atlanta that tell you to go.
Sorry. Yeah, seriously, don't do that. If she tells you to go get a white girl, do what I did. Run.
Exactly.
That was.
I'm still mad about that, but go ahead, sir. Sorry.
That was over. Okay. Yeah. Takeaway is understand that there's a lot of nuance when it comes to relationships. It depends, and no woman is gonna. I firmly believe a woman's not gonna respect you if you're not head of household in some way. I mean, and being head of household has nothing to do with money. She can make more money than you, but you're still head of household. Your woman's not going to respect you any other way. But you have to be competent, fellas, because our hands ain't clean either. We do a lot of talking about women.
Amen.
You have to be competent. You have to know what you're doing. You have to have a goal if you haven't reached your goal already. You know what I'm saying? You have to be qualified for that. So get your act together. And to the ladies, hypergamy, there's nothing wrong with being hypergamous. Nothing wrong with looking for the best possible candidate that you can find. You're supposed to. However, do not sit around waiting on a 1% man.
Man.
You're wasting time. If you run across one, snatch him up if you can. But that's not a hill you want to die on. Because
reality check, red pill, for real.
Yeah. Otherwise, you will be needing to buy a dog.
Mm-hmm. Don't even go there. We not rest in peace, Godfather.
Yeah, right. Rest in peace to the Godfather.
Excuse
Yeah, but
me.
that's my final thoughts,
Mandrell,
ladies.
thank
Do
you.
not wait on the 1%er.
No.
Don't hold out.
Yeah. Mandrell, I'll catch you. When are you next on Black Man Unfiltered? Wednesdays, you said?
Tomorrow night. Yeah, tomorrow night at 8:30 Central Time.
Awesome. What is your, do you know what your topic is already for tomorrow?
Yeah, it's called Endangered, but Nobody Cares.
Endangered, but no one cares. Deep. All right, y'all go support Mandrell on Black Man Unfiltered Network. Thank you for coming up tonight. Appreciate your insights.
Thanks for having me.
All right, awesome. Thank you very much. Mandrell had me laughing talking about them women in Atlanta told him to go date someone else. Still wild, but okay. Thank you again, Mandrell. Who wants to go next for their final thoughts?
Yeah, I can go.
I can go.
I'll make it. Sorry.
Miss AKA Lady, and then Better Gents Podcast. No problem.
Sure. Okay.
Okay, yeah, I agree that there are so many good men in the quote unquote bottom 80%, that the focus shouldn't be on this rare gem because there's so much that comes with it, including a headache. And I remember Jay-Z was having a conversation one time, and he was talking about the crabs in the bucket mentality. And he posed the question, why are the crabs in the bucket to begin with? And I think that there are a lot of systems, a lot of government systems that were in place that destroyed the Black family, that destroyed the interactions between Black men and Black women. And now we're left with this mess that we're trying to clean up between ourselves. And I think a lot of it comes from frustration on both sides. A lot of both sides are feeling like they're not being heard or understood. And the question is, how do you solve such a big mistake that is not such a big situation that wasn't created by us? I don't believe the situation. It was forced upon us. And now we're just reacting to it. And not only was it forced on us in the past, there's continuous things that get forced on us into the future. So I think that one of the biggest things that we need to do as men and women is understand exactly what's happening and start combating the problem from the source, and start standing up and saying like, hey, I see what they're trying to do, but above all of that, I'm here to work with you. I'm here to understand you. I'm not here to bash you on either side. I think it really comes down to understanding and communication and genuine effort.
I love it. Very well said. Thank you, Miss AKA Lady, coming through. I know you got lots on your plate, so have a great night. Thank you so much for your support.
Salute to you, Miss AKA Lady,
and for coming in and sharing your thoughts.
Great panel, y'all. I'm so good to see y'all collabing. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Shout out to Miss AKA Lady, and for everyone who supported the stream. Thank you, Miss AKA Lady, also for your super chat tonight, supporting my content always. Thank you so much. If y'all like the content, like, comment, share, so more people can see it. Really appreciate everyone who also supported financially. Thank you so much. Better Gents Podcast, go ahead.
All right. I'll keep it brief. Shout out to Suzette. Shout out to DL Saint. Thank you guys for having me on. This is the first live.
Shout out to your guitars, bro.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Maybe next time I'll pick one up and play for you guys.
I love it.
This is the first live I've ever done on YouTube, so appreciate it. Thank you for having me on. It's kind of awesome. So to stay on topic, hypergamy, it certainly is a thing. And I do think it is partially to blame for, what we're seeing today as far as marriage rates and divorce rates and single motherhood rates. I do think a lot of, not trying to put the blame on modern women, but I do think it is this general idea that you never need to settle. Right? Or your standards are your standards, and you never need to reassess or reevaluate your standards. And we know, from this red pill space, which Suzette, I know you're not part of, you're kind of adjacent to it, but we know that, things change over time. The wall is a thing. And having these standards of getting that 1% in can really be a detriment to the betterment or improvement of the Black family, right? Specifically, I'm talking about the Black community. So I think hypergamy definitely plays a part in why we're seeing a greater detriment to the Black family. And we need to reevaluate, how we view the values of our potential partners. Is it all about finances? Is it all about, who's the most alpha male? Or can a woman be satisfied by a man who's a solid hard worker, provider, blue collar guy? Does it have to be a rapper or an athlete or this top level dude with some social clout? I don't think it needs to be. And so that bottom 80% of men who are being left behind and not, being chosen by the top 80% of women, that's just an odd sort of dynamic there. And we got to, take a look at that and maybe do better as a community. So I'll leave it at that.
Great points. And I'm glad this was your first live. Welcome to Live. Do you have a channel?
I do. So we do we do a podcast. It's pre-recorded though, so it's not live. We haven't gotten to that point of going live, but we will soon. So yeah, check it out. Subscribe.
I can't wait. Drop the link in the chat, and thanks for coming up tonight. Thank you for your insights. Really grateful for your transparency, and I enjoyed having you on. Hope to see you again. Auntie Faye, go ahead, and then Heyoka, and then DL. Go ahead, Auntie Faye. Your last comments for the evening.
I am so glad Miss AKA Lady spoke before myself as well as Better Gents, because they took the words right out of my mouth. And as one of the older panelists, I'm so glad they spoke first, because that's what I was going to say, which is you have to know your history in order to know where you're going. And I agree with Better Gents. Hypergamy, by the classic definition, is contributing to the problem with Black families in America and Black marriages. It does stem all the way back to the beginning from when we got here, which goes back to what you were saying, Suzette. The Black community is so unique. We could not afford, can we afford for the wife to stay home and not get in the trenches to fight for civil rights, or get in the trenches to go earn income when things get hard financially? I agree with Brother DL, which is be realistic within our what's the word I'm looking for? Demographics and whatnot. So it is systemic disenfranchisement on the Black man, on the Black family, and on Black marriages that stems back to Africa, right? It goes all into, I talk about being a social worker. It's true. The Black man couldn't be under the roof in order for you to get general assistance.
Social programs. Yep.
Okay. So you have to know your history for these women who want to get married, maybe have children. If you're talking about worldwide top percent, 1, 3, 5, 10% in the world, or in America, and your ethnicity makes up 1% of that in this country, or 3% or 5%, we have a disadvantage. We have a late start.
Right.
So that's my thing. If you're standing at the finish line, like Brother DL said, and you're waiting for somebody to cross the finish line, well, when did you get to go? When did you get out the blocks? Exactly. Right. And so and I don't want to go into a rant or anything, but in terms of Black exploitation, I see it in the music and the films of the 70s. To me now, it's just still in the music, in the movies and television, but it's like really reality TV shows. I see as this Black exploitation, and
modern day
Black exploitation. Absolutely. So I just want women to be careful about this boss lady mentality, this level up journey. Just be very careful and learn your history. So when I hear my Black brothers say bottom 80%,
like it's at the bottom. The word even bottom in front of 80% bothers me so much.
I don't like this. This is new to me. So I'm thinking
that's every person. And it's like you should be ashamed, or I don't know. Yeah.
I don't like Brother DL talking about when he went from this job to that job, or it's like worldwide.
Right.
Out of the
and just being in America, you're already in the top how many % of the human race?
That's my point.
We live here, by God's grace. Yeah.
Right. That's like exactly. That's like brother, the vet from Seattle. If I'm 54, but I'm putting myself in a category, I just left Pilates class. I can't do what an 18-year-old can do in Pilates, for an example. So what I'm saying is same to my brother here, DL. I feel like I don't even like the way you put yourself in that context with this bottom 80%, because if we're talking worldwide, I fit into that as a human. I fit into that as a female or something like this. But then when you start talking about income and hypergamy and high and what is it called, high level, this, that, and the other,
high value.
what group of people are we? See here, look, as a person with a
just marrying an American for most of the world is hypergamy. So,
right.
I mean, I hate to be so blunt, but it's true.
It's true. People, be careful. If you, like, as a person with a healthy self-esteem, or even they say, well, if it don't fly, let it apply or something. So I just
and I'm talking about much of the world is not, first world. That's what I mean. Like,
yes,
a lot of people are struggling, don't even have governments that protect them, and all kinds of stuff going on. Anyway, don't want to get into rant. Final thoughts.
Exactly. So I just Miss Lady AKA and the other young man who just left.
Yes.
What is it?
Gents, drop his channel, please.
Please do. Because
Better Gents podcast.
Auntie Faye, that I was so happy to hear what they said. To be younger, they get it.
Yes.
And then yourself, Suzette, and DL, the four of you basically said what I was going to say, because, and I kept asking these questions as it related to other ethnicities, because we really cannot compare ourselves to them in certain ways.
Different race. I don't mean in terms of physical race. I just mean journey.
Yeah.
Talk about 1619. Talk about it's a different journey.
There you go. So keep that in. So listen. So keep that in mind with with your definition of hypergamy. That's my point. It goes your point and Brother DL's point about being realistic. That's what I'm saying. How can you put Black men in a category that
we weren't even legally allowed to? The girl, we gotta go. But I appreciate. I understand what you're saying.
I'm emotional. I get emotional. Thank you.
Good night. By the audience, I think they understand. Absolutely, we can't down ourselves like this, because it's like apples and oranges. But we're doing it in terms of just the dating context. But I understand what you're saying. We can't even, in this the history of this country specifically in the West, we have a different race that we ran in terms of what laws and everything, the structures around what our lives look like today. So understood. Thank you. Auntie Faye. I appreciate you being here. Thanks for coming up and asking your questions. It really, really added to the conversation. You always welcome up here. Thank you, my love. All right, see you soon. And thank you to Super Chatter on the pounds. Thank you for supporting my content. I appreciate it very, very much. Let me read it. Thank you. Gracious greatness. I love it. Thank you for supporting. Appreciate the super chat. So much complexity and nuance to this hypergamy of a thing. We're going to do a part 2. DL, I'm so glad you brought this up, because clearly the people love it. And it was very, very thoughtful in terms of the conversation. So thank you for your support of the pounds. Love it. I guess there are slight similarities and differences between what occurs in the US and the UK. Shout out to all y'all just here to support. Thank you to my UK brethren. That is I think you guys are in my top 5 of my subscribers. US, Canada, UK, I think South Africa and Jamaica, which is really awesome. My top 5 of all time. But appreciate you. Thank you so much for giving and for supporting my content. Appreciate you. Gracious greatness. We're going to have your final thoughts now. Hey, Yoka.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for having me, both of you first. Suzette, I appreciate I really appreciate the show. As far as hypergamy is concerned, I would say like this: it's always going to be with us, but the response is game, where men do game against women. That's the male response. I think that among the things that we need to do as a group, I would tell you like this: 58% of Black women have no investments. We need to invest more because by 2030, by 2050, the projection is that the African American community will be broke. So
I'm hearing this, and where is that fact coming from? 2030.
Oh God.
I've heard
No,
of some people say this.
Not 2030, 2050.
2050.
By 2050.
I heard 2030 we're going to all be single, and 2030, yeah, okay.
Well,
so your point, go ahead.
The reason why I got confused is between the two of them is because that's where the EVs turn over, the electric vehicles. The thing about it is that
hit the like button, y'all. We're doing work. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you for AD Truth for your gift. Thank you for supporting. Go ahead, sir. Sorry, hey you.
Okay. I don't know whether I don't think that this is going to be the end of it. You're probably going to need a part 2.
We are.
Like I said, I appreciate you having me.
Of course.
If I can give you both one tip, I don't know whether you'd be interested, but check out BYDDY. It's a company.
What is it? Say it one more time.
BYDDY. They make buses, electric vehicles. They've outsold Tesla in China.
Oh, BYDDY is a company you're saying? Good investment?
Yes. Warren Buffett invested $230 million in 2009. It's worth $5.5 billion now. They make electric buses. They're the biggest. They've made 5,000 buses in the United States, and they got the biggest truck deal in the United States for electric vehicles. And they make beautiful, beautiful electric vehicles. So you might want to check them out. They're all over the map.
Y'all getting investment tips. We thought we had to wait till Thursday. We're pocket watching with JT to get good investment tips for the coming recession. Y'all be here Thursday. Represent for me, please. Thursday 7. Pocket watching. That's a big deal. The man got 60-some thousand subs, and he's coming as my guest. So please be here to support.
I'll check you out Thursday.
Yes, please.
The other thing is that Tesla is trying to integrate as much as they are. They're more integrated than Tesla. So
BBDY is the
BYDDY.
BYDDY and BYDDF is the actual stock.
Write this down and send it to me.
BYDDY is the ADR. BYDDF is the actual stock. But what happens is that the essentially the ADR is two stocks as opposed to one.
Okay.
But they're outselling Tesla in China. They make beautiful cars. Okay, they make their own batteries. They sell Blade batteries, which are the safest batteries on the market. They make their own silicon. They make their own semiconductor chips. They make solar cells.
Okay, this is not financial advice though.
No, not at all. Not at all. That's why.
But y'all heard it here. It's a tip from this gentleman. I don't know nothing about this company.
Yeah, that's why I said check them out. You do your own research. But
okay, and on hypergamy now. Are you going to give us another stock?
Hypergamy is biologically based, and because it is, what happens is it will always be with us. The issue is that there's not enough women, there's not enough men for the women that as there is, and because of the desire for the 1%, the higher earners, it makes it even more difficult. So this is going to be with us for a while, but I would say like this: we need to take better care of ourselves, and hopefully everybody does. You know. I don't have any solutions right off the bat. I can tell you the stats.
No, but, don't give us no. We're not under pressure.
I'm not. No. I wasn't going to do that. Yeah, but
thank you for coming up.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Awesome, nice meeting you. Hey, okay, you are always welcome on this panel. You gave us some great info, and shout out to you and your beloved. And your wonderful, relationship. Much success in that and everything else. Appreciate you coming.
25 years and going strong.
Congratulations. Hey, that's what's up.
Hypergamy works.
It does.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you coming up tonight. Have a good night.
You too.
Awesome. And I wanted to make sure I read this fantastic super chat. Thank you for the love. Appreciate you very much. Add Truth or AD Truth. Thank you. Says with a minimum wage job in America, you can support a family 100% in some countries. Plus, Lord have mercy, women the women are a lot nicer. So men are leaving. Okay, I read the super chat, but thank you for the love anyway. Not sure what to make of all of this, but go ahead, DL. Your final thoughts. Thank you, AD Truth, for your gift tonight. Thank you.
You didn't say what you always say, and then there were two.
And then there were 2. And
There
then
you go. There you go. First of all, thank you so much. Great show.
You made it
Great
great.
show.
Thank you.
Shout out to everybody in the chat. You know what I mean? I rock with y'all for real. I mean, I come here for a reason. I come here hoping for a great conversation, hoping for a great debate, and I'm never disappointed. Shout out to all y'all, you know, A's, TTOO.
The chat be lit.
The
more
chat
than
be
ever.
lit. Miss AKA Lady, Sunbreeze, RM, of course.
Yes.
Chemo, see, I mean, the list goes on and on. Y'all who know y'all are. Ace Butterfly, everybody. I'm just kind of going over there, but y'all know who y'all are. Thank you so much. This is why I come here. All right, so final thoughts. You know what I mean? Someone asked in the chat way earlier ago, hours ago, have any of the guys, all of us were on here, you know, it basically asked if I ever been in a relationship. Yeah, I've been in relationships. Absolutely. I've been in good relationships. You know what I mean? Then people are like, well, how come you're not in one now? Well, I was young. I had different priorities, whatever. It is what it is. I'm here. And then I also wanted to point out, and I think we all know this, most black men marry black women. It's still a pretty high stat. You know, Kevin's brother, Kevin Samuels, used to say this all the time. It's out there. I don't have the numbers. I think we're all tired of numbers anyway. I don't want to beat everybody up with the numbers. So to Auntie Faye, yo, you are amazing. You are amazing. And just for the record, I'm in the 50 and up club too. I'm down with them. Like, you know, with Auntie Faye and Seattle brother, the veteran brother, black veteran. Yeah. So yo, we rocking. We trying to make it happen. But here's the thing, and this is what Rollo Tomasi says all the time. When I run these numbers, when we had these conversations, and I bring the articles and I bring the stats, I just work here. I'm just giving the information. I'm not in you. I'm just here. Here's the information. So being a part of the RP world, we accept, and I'm talking about men, we accept these things. We simply do. 80, 20, 90, 10, whatever, how you want to break it down. Men don't look at it as, oh, low self-esteem, I'm feeling bad. No, we accept these things so we can modify our dating strategy, our mating strategy. This is why we accept these numbers. So again, like, I just work here. Again, shout out to Rollo Tomasi. I'm definitely gonna try hard to get him on here for you, Sue. And then
I don't know if I'm ready for that type of contact.
When you're ready, let me know. I'm gonna keep working on it. But and then
see what happened, but I don't know if I'm ready. But go ahead.
And then you have as an American, and this is to the super chat you just got, and it's funny he said what he said, and I was writing this down. As an American, I can go to Colombia, to the DR, I can go to Cuba, I can go to Thailand, I can go to Philippines on my retirement salary alone. Just that, not any extra streams of income.
Yeah.
Just that, and live in the top 1% in those bubbles. So that's why men, especially men who are doing things, aren't necessarily worried about hypergamy in the West. We're not worried about it. We can get on the plane, right, in a few hours, be in Medellin, be in Cartagena. You know what I'm saying? We can be somewhere.
Well, you better stay over there, because as soon as you bring old girl over here, she gone. Just
absolutely. You ain't trying to bring her back. And it's hard to get them out of Colombia anyway. Colombia's on to that. They're trying to keep their women in that country because they let open the floodgates. They all gone. I'm here to tell you this truth.
Y'all know.
It's hard to get them over here. But the point being, men understand this, and we will adjust to our dating strategy. So all this stuff we talked about with hypergamy and all that, left unchecked, it hurts women. Right. And this is a thing, like, again, it transcends all the races. This isn't a black thing or white thing. This is a male female thing. This is a first world country thing. Ladies, that's my last thought would be, sit down and think about your dating strategy. Think about that. And ask yourself the tough question, you know, will I end up alone? If your priority is to have a child, and we all agree that it's best to have that family unit, if that's what you want, then maybe not be doing all the yacht parties and stuff. You know, maybe have your fun sooner and finish that up and get into finding you a good, suitable mate, a good, suitable man. And above all, you have to choose wisely. You have to choose wisely. Don't fall for the okie doke, y'all. I mean, it's a lot of dudes out there. There are not a lot of 1% guys. There are not a lot of good men. There are dudes out there who will come, give you a baby, and be off to the next one and give 3-4 other more babies. They don't care. They ain't trying to work. They'll use you if you let them. Yeah. So choose wisely. So but yeah, thank you so much. This was fun. I hope y'all enjoyed that.
Y'all show some love. Hit the like button, please. This has been a fantastic conversation with DL Saint and all of the other panelists. Thank you, everybody who came up. I saw a bunch of new faces, so I'm really excited. Hit the like button at least and comment or share. Show some love for real. We did work here tonight. I can't believe we're on 4+ hours.
4 hours, the longest stream I've ever done. You know
I was
what I mean?
like, listen, DL, what we out here doing? I told him, we'll go for about 2 hours. That's what I told him at the
That's
end.
what I was thinking. Like, 2 hours, we good.
But when the conversation is that good, this is what happens. And thanks to you, DL, for bringing up the topic first and foremost, and for coming here tonight, fully prepared to dive deep. I'm really grateful for you, brother, and the encouragement and support we have is kind of in this YouTube, trenches, as you would say.
In these trenches.
And
I can tell when you're serious too, Suzette, because you start doing this. You get up in the camera.
This when I give you this right here, I give you this. When I'm ready to be like what professor say, I'll be switching it up. I'll be like, let me see.
But again, this is why I like having these conversations with you, because you do think, and we don't, and the people out there, like when the red pill and the blue pill worlds collide, we've proven that we can have these conversations. We can sit down and we can make our talking
get
points.
Up and work out. I gotta go.
Oh, you gotta go. Okay, that's it.
But good night. No, y'all support the stream. I just realized I have to wake up early. I'm supposed to work out tomorrow. But thank you guys. Thursday, do not be late. 7 p.m. Pocket Watching with JT. And Saturday needs watches coming through Saturday 12 noon. And if you have anybody that wants to collab, go ahead and DM me or email me. Or if you have show topics, go ahead and do the same. I love my speakers. Thank you to everyone who subscribed. If you're if you're ninja watching, stop ninja watching and hit the subscribe button. It's free and it helps us become larger on this platform so more people see us. But anyway, big up yourself. Thank you, Chris Johnson. You were funny all night in this chat. And big up Simcia, Kimo, Ace, The Miss Creative, Miss Globe Girl, Sandy B Law, RM, you know it, Sunbreeze, you know it. Love y'all. Thank y'all always. RM, I was gonna ask you to drop the it's too late for that, but the God Found My Wife and God Found My Husband in this stream so people could find those shows. Those were some really great shows. So yeah, shout out to you, Life of Cash. Appreciate y'all. Anybody on this y'all can show love on the Cash App though. We done did about 4 hours worth of work. Well, let me do like Melanie. Y'all know we out here working, right? Thank you so much, all of you guys. Whichever way you support, big up yourselves. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure, DL. Thank you for helping me unpack this, and everyone else. Again, thank you for anyone. Team Replay, hit the like button, and I will see y'all Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern. Pocket Watching with JT coming through for the first time. Big dog on the SuzetteSpeaks show. And then Saturday needs watches also. Heavy hitter coming to bless us with some knowledge on Saturday 12 noon. So if you're not subscribed, hit the notification bell. Subscribe, please. And RM, thank you so much, sweetie. Thank you again, Sunbreeze. All right, bye for real. Have a great night. Thanks for watching.
Thank you.